DRIA is a partnership from universities to exchange ideas about resilience issues that are related to Asia.
Almost every city in our Asian country has some kind of issue. In case of Bangkok, it's flood. In case of Philippines, it's maybe volcanoes. In case of India, it's a drought.
The National University of Singapore approached the university whether they would like to partake in the competition, which was at the time in Bangkok.
DRIA is the international competition where we're inviting other students from all over the world to come and pitch the idea of designing the resilience architecturally.
Actually, we planned the event last year, 2020, but since pandemic happened, so we have to postpone it. And then after a while, we think that, oh, okay, we have to make it happen, but we have to change the way we do the activities.
Since the pandemic happened, there are so many channels, many tools that are developed.
I think the way we approach to it is quite different. So we learn things from networks and also online information with the key persons.
We identified Naga City as a very interesting location for the student competition out of our experience of visiting and working together. This is a very good example for a mid-sized city and that is surrounded by agriculture. And that's what makes it so different to earlier projects. Another very unique aspect is kind of like very rich on natural hazards. Naga City experiences typhoons every year, followed by heavy rain, causing a lot of flooding. Most of all, I think there are also a lot of social changes taking place because more and more people move to the city because they don't have a proper livelihood in the countryside. The students have half a year to do the competition. This includes the research on the city, getting to know the city, getting to know the problems of the city, identifying these issues and trying to come up with some assessment of which are the most important problems to tackle.
So Research Talk is kind of like a new event. We invite professors sharing their projects, which is related to the urban resilience and resilient issues.
In the final part of the event, there is a symposium that we invite speakers that has work related to resilience in Asia.
As much as we want to see them coming to Thailand and coming to see our university and be with us, we cannot do that. But again, like a problem offers always an opportunity. So we are very excited to see how this one turns out and whether this online symposium can show ways of how to make things better in the future.
Normal DRIA.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of Designing Resilience in Asia 2021. I hope everyone enjoyed yesterday's event. Also, you may pick up something interesting from our special guest speakers and presentation from students who joined these competitions. Once again, I would like to thank our sponsor, the Healthy Foundation, for supporting us. My name is Atom and I am a student from King Mongkut University, and I'm going to be the MC for today's events as well. Before we start our first presentation of the day, I would like to run through the agenda and some reminders for the audience. First of all, this event is being held online for the first time, and the whole event will be recorded and live streaming from beginning to the end on our Facebook page, Designing Resilience in Asia, or you can check the link that our staff has already posted in the chat box below. During the student presentation and research talk, the audience mic will be automatically muted by us. So we would encourage you to send your questions in the chat box, or for who is watching us from Facebook live streaming, you can send your questions in the comments. For the agenda, at 10 to 12, we will start with 4 4 presentations from different universities, including the University of Montreal from Canada, the South China University of Technology from China, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology from Bangladesh, and National Cheng Kung University from Taiwan. Then from 12 to 1 p.m., it will be research talks from Ms. Mita Roy, Professor Kazuo Asahiro, and Dr. Martin Scotch. After that, we will come back to competitors' presentation from 2 universities. Vivekanand Institute of Technology's PVP College of Architecture from India and Technical University Munich from Germany. Now I would like to give you an introduction for the judges for the Design Resilience 2021. We are joined by 8 professionals, and I would like to invite all the jury's members to turn on your camera to greet the competitor students and the audience so they know who you are. So first, Johan Barr, Director at Affordable Housing and Technology from Healthy Foundation. Since he's not here, so you can see we already presented his picture right now. And next we have Wilfredo Prilis, a city planning and development coordinator of Naga City from the Philippines. And next we have Oscar Carr Recedo, an assistant professor from National University of Singapore, also a director of DRIA International Research Program. And we have Dr. Carmen Mendoza, an assistant director at UIC Barcelona School of Architecture, also direct master of International Cooperation Sustainable Emergency Architecture. Also, we have Laura Carpriani, an assistant professor at Technique University of Delft, also principal of Scholar Architecture. We also have Julio Salcedo Fernandez, associate professor at the City College of New York, also principal at Scholar Architecture. Sam Hassel, an emeritus professor at School of Architecture and Design, RMIT University. And we also have Dr. Supachai Tantikon, an advisor to the governor of Bangkok 2010 to 2016. He will be the jury for the student workshop. For the audience, you can check our website, DRIA2021.com, for more information about the jury. And now a reminder for the students competitors, each team will get 30 minutes each, 15 minutes for presentation, and the rest will be comments and question sessions. We will also set a timer for you. You will hear the first reminder when there are 5 minutes left. And the second reminder when your time is up, like the sound.
Time's up.
And that's all for the reminders. So now I would like to introduce you, Dr. Shamnan Thirapas, or Ajahn Chun, a chairperson of Design and Planning Program at King Mongkut University, who will be taking over my position now. Ajahn Chun.
Actually, it will be me.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. It will be Ajahn Ji instead.
Okay. Since we still have 3 minutes left until 10, wondering if the audience has anything to say. You can actually, after the presentation, after the student presentation and the jury question, if anyone in the audience would like to ask question, you can, if you want to ask question yourself, you can raise your hand in the Zoom reaction, and we will try to arrange the queue for you to ask question to the team. I think that way it will be more interesting and the student can answer a lot more questions than only the jury. Okay. Other than that, any questions or any comment from the floor? Okay, if there is none, then so the team, the Montreal team, are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Yes, okay. We will probably start your, yeah, you want to show your screen now?
Yes.
So you have more time to talk about.
Okay.
Okay, I think Professor San already joined. Wait a minute. Professor San already joined, no?
Well, hello everyone. So today we will present our project named Rise Again. As you may have heard, in 2020, Naga City suffered from a massive typhoon, causing catastrophic floods and much damage. Thankfully, over time, the community has become more and more resilient in the face of these disasters. During our research, we discovered that rice fields grow while submerged in water, and for our team, this represents a symbol of resilience. Believe it or not, while integrating the roots, culture, and heritage of Naga City, rice can be the key to the city's needs. But first, let's talk about how rice is already a part of Naga. In the Philippines, the cultivation of rice is the result of the knowledge passed down in the community from generation to generation. It is also part of the community's daily diet. And most of all, the community has always grown up around Naga's rice fields. Naga City's farmers carry out 2 sowings per year, but what is interesting is that the production remains continuous throughout the season. So this is the plan of Naga and its rice fields. As you can see, they are a big part of the city's landscape and will become the basis of a new circular economy, but more on that later. We then ask ourselves, how can we use all this rice to its full potential? Well, during our research, we discovered that rice cultivation generates organic waste, and you will soon understand how these byproducts inspired our vision. So the first byproduct is rice hull, the hard shell that protects the grain of rice. And rice hull ash can replace up to 40% of cement in a concrete solution. It is very interesting since cement is the most polluting component in this mixture. And this allows us to produce a new ecological concrete block. But that's not all. The second byproduct is the rice straw. And although it is already used by farmers as fertilizer, it can be compressed and bound together to be formed into structural blocks. We can easily imagine how these can be stacked to create a wall. So rice fields are part of Naga City's landscape, and on average, 7,600 tons of rice are harvested every year. And this allows us to generate up to 1.5 million blocks. Imagine, almost 450 homes could be built in just 1 year thanks to this innovation. But how can these houses be a benefit for the population of Naga City?
Because the city is often devastated by typhoons, the population has to reconstruct quickly at an affordable price while being self-reliant. Unfortunately, Naga City is highly exposed to floods. But by using these new construction materials, the population will be able to build and reconstruct on their own after a disaster. As you can see, the first meter of the house is built with concrete blocks, allowing it to resist floods with a water welcome strategy. To demonstrate the potential of this construction method, we have developed a prototype for a single family home, but this quickly repairable system can be repeated to create row houses or even adapted to other typologies or functions. And because we want the houses to be customizable, the population can either use sawali or color stucco as cladding. This further protects the blocks from water damage. Unlike the 3 little pigs, these new homes are not simple straw houses that would blow in the wind. They are designed to resist extreme climate conditions by offering a strong block base. But how can we make it possible? Our goal is to use the rice byproducts distributed by the farmers from the rice fields to the workers who will transform them into blocks. Finally, by building new houses with these blocks, the community can become stronger and more self-reliant. To achieve this, we will need the community, which is a local natural resource. And our project encourages job creation with an emphasis on hiring women. People near the city center need jobs. For this reason, our proposition is established downtown. Our goal is also to diminish the impact of urban sprawl and preserve these essential rice fields. But now, let's tell you how it works.
We bring the rice byproducts from the fields to the first production center using once again another local resource, the jeepneys. These colorful buses constitute almost a third of the city's transportation and represent a cultural symbol for the Filipino people. Then the first production center sorts the byproducts into 2 categories, the rice straw and the rice hull. Once the resources are sorted, they can easily be distributed to other production centers by using tourist boats that are already present on the river. In this way, the tourists can then enjoy a boat ride while discovering the hidden beauty behind the rice fields. Once the byproducts have arrived at the other production centers, the workers can then proceed to make blocks at all sites. Finally, the production centers will also serve as distribution points, but will also act like a landmark. The production centers are located close to the main road along the Naga River. In that way, we can reach out downtown where the people are the most in need. As mentioned earlier, rice is resilient, but so is our whole process. By using the river as a way of transportation, we can use this same network to aid the population, even during a flood. We then decided to tackle the next step. Where will these blocks be produced?
So to achieve this, we went back to our roots and transposed the beauty of rice into architecture. We were inspired by its natural shape and the protection that a rice husk can provide. Our production centers each consist of 3 pavilions to accommodate the block-making process. The pavilion's curved roof acts like rice hull and protects the community from the powerful typhoon winds. It is also composed of bamboo, which is strong, flexible, and locally abundant. So once more, we use the rice ash, this time for the concrete pillars. They will ensure that the pavilions can resist to natural disasters. And by raising the pavilions on stilts, we create covered public spaces for the community, where we can imagine a marketplace. The pavilions all have a similar shape, but the design is flexible, giving it the possibility to evolve and respond to different functions. In this case, the first one is the production pavilion, where the workers produce the rice blocks with all the necessary equipment. In the second pavilion, the construction materials will be distributed to the community. And the final pavilion will be used to instruct and teach the population about rice and its wonders. In case of an emergency, we imagine that this same pavilion can act as a shelter. So this proposition can not only contribute to create a more resilient community, but can also provide a pleasant space that connects the people with each other and to their city. What better way to understand rice's full potential? So the farmers being such an integral part to our proposition, we asked ourselves, how could we keep them in the cycle? The farmers cultivate the rice and provide the byproducts to the city's people. With these byproducts, the population has the possibility to use the rice blocks in order to create a more resilient Naga city. And beyond that, our proposition also creates new job opportunities, especially for women. So to give back to the farmers, we will encourage the tourists to visit the rice fields, therefore promoting agritourism in the city. So our project suggests rice as a solution. But what is most important to us is to create a synergy between rural and urban areas while reinforcing a circular economy. Rice is only one example of what circular thinking can do for a city. What we propose is much bigger. We propose to overcome our challenges by getting inspired by the resources that are already surrounding us, while simultaneously empowering our own community. But for now, let's get back to rice.
The discovery of rice and its byproducts gave Naga City the possibility to shelter over 3,500 citizens every year. Typhoons are here to stay, so we need to have the ability to create more housing with new homes that are not only resilient, but are also accessible to the population. Imagine this proposition encouraging rice production in the city and increasing the number of houses that can be built. And now, imagine this proposition spreading to neighboring towns. Or on an even bigger scale, the network could expand to the whole province or even country, making it possible to provide homes for thousands of people. By using a resource as simple as rice, we can equip the community to become more resilient. In a world where climate is constantly changing, we have the opportunity to adapt, and together we have the possibility to shape our future. And this is how, through all the challenges, the people of Naga City can rise again. Thank you.
Wow. Yes. Very interesting. I would like to open the floor to maybe the jury first, please. Maybe San, Professor San. You haven't turned on the mic.
I was muted.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you very much. Hi. I think that your discovery or use of rice byproducts is really interesting, and I like your figures of what you could do with them, and how many blocks you can make and all of that. But I do have real questions about it. Because it seems to me that a lot of this stuff, I suppose, is isolated, a lot of your research or development. So I've got a few questions. From my reading of the brief, a lot of the farmland was abandoned or degraded. Is that the case? And why, and if that is the case, why didn't you focus on encouraging some effort there?
Okay, well, thanks for the question. Sorry for interrupting. So the rice, all our numbers, all the amount of blocks we produce, the amount of houses we can make every year, they're based on the amount of rice that is currently produced in the city. So we know that the rice is on the decline, but even though it's on the decline, with the amount of rice that produces now, it's still enough to accomplish all those blocks, all those new homes. And we didn't directly mention that we want to stop the decline of rice production, rice cultivation, but our project will encourage the farmers because not to produce rice, because their jobs will be valued, right? Not only are they going to be feeding the people like they always did with the rice, but now they will be contributing directly to helping the citizens of Naga to build new homes. And also another point is that we mentioned in our circular thinking, in the circular economy, that that the project also will attract tourism in the city, so agritourism. So if the tourists,
I did read all of that, so you're repeating what I've read and what you presented, which was all very clear. But I see a real missed opportunity with not revitalizing things at the source. Your circular economy to me seems very literal. and to just have tourists come to the rice fields. So I suppose I'm asking about your siting strategy. Why, for instance, do you not co-locate some of the housing and production near the source, near the rice fields? Why are they all separated around? And I know you want to encourage the jitneys or whatever, that tourism, but again, that seems very literal, because I see the housing out of context. I don't see it creating a community that's a bit broader, which might then revitalize the farmlands or moving to the countryside for more than just tourism. Do you see what I mean? So my real question is why is the siting so spread out, and why is your project so episodic? And why isn't there more attention paid to co-location and the creation of really robust communities around this very interesting practice that you've created?
So it's a good point that you bring, that it is the rice fields are in the urban area and the houses and the pavilions are in the, I reversed that. The farmers are in the rural area and the housing and the pavilions are in the urban area. And the reason, our thinking, our logic behind that is we know that the people often, in certain situations, people offer to relocate the people somewhere else. For example, if there's too much flooding, they want to relocate them somewhere else where there's less flooding. But often the people they like where they live, right? They're established there. So we didn't want to relocate the people. We wanted them to be able to reconstruct where they already live and use those resources where they're already established. Also, we didn't want to encourage urban sprawl, because urban sprawl is one of the reasons why the rice fields are on the decline. So we wanted to concentrate the people in the city. And also by having those pavilions in the city, we were attempting to create a synergy between the rural and the urban populations.
Am I the only critic, G?
No, it's there's Laura and Billy just as yesterday.
Oh, okay. So I don't have to compute you. I'll let them have a go.
Just if you have more further question or things like that. Yeah.
Oh no, thank you. I'll let someone else ask a question.
Okay, then please, Laura and Billy, maybe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I was late. I was already, the presentation was already starting when I joined in. But to me, this is an interesting proposition because the group is right. While rice is on the decline and we're actually importing a rice requirement from neighboring towns, it still is one of the major agricultural activities. So essentially, it is putting another use of the waste that is derived out of rice production. My only question to the group is, while this is a very interesting proposition, had there been prototypes of using this technology in building houses? Because if there are, then we will appreciate that. If there aren't, there are colleagues from the BISCAS, the school which presented yesterday, and there are major technological school, and what we can do is present this to them and have this studied by their experts, and probably in partnership with Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, which is only 10 kilometers away. Because if this proves to be feasible, then it can answer a key question as to why agriculture is not a flourishing industry in the city. Secondly, I like the idea of the women being involved in the project. But then again, it will all depend on the feasibility of the innovation, of the use of rice in housing construction and subsequently in the activities that has touristic opportunities. So probably my question will revolve around that.
So thanks for the question. And yes, well, actually, we found several different prototypes some were in India, and some even some were also in the United States of these blocks. So so yes, the prototypes of these straw blocks do exist and they do work. There hasn't been any large-scale production yet, but we know for a fact that it does work, and it's definitely a possibility.
Thank you for the answer.
Oh, sorry. If I can add, as Oliver mentioned, of course, it is a new construction method, and as if it's not fully documented, we did a lot of research about it and found several documentaries. And as we mentioned in the report, we found videos explaining how it works, and we even saw people making rice blocks and explaining all the process. So of course, the type of glue or the way the blocks would be bound and compressed would have an impact on the resistance, but this construction method exists and it works, and the blocks are not heavy. Anyone, man and woman, can easily lift and stack the block.
Okay. Do you have any further questions, Billy?
For the moment, I'm okay from my end.
Okay. Then Professor Rola, please.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jean, Sands, Will. I like the project, especially because it looks at at farming. It's looking at something which is at the moment a weakness and becomes a strength, like we said last day about this. And also, I was very curious to know the situation from somebody from Naga, because of course, this is probably the view that we need. I would have loved, but of course it was not possible because you were not on site, to look at existing rice fields and to know more about what's going on there, to talk to farmers. Probably this is the part which I feel like it's missing, to have a global view. And I know that this is not possible for the situation we are in. So this is the only comment that I can make. And probably, yeah, it's lacking, like Sam was saying, a more complex view. It's a kind of simplistic in a way that how it's look at the city level, let's say. Partly, I think it's due to the fact that you were not on site. So this is my opinion. It's not really a question, but probably it's a comment. But thank you for the presentation that I like.
Thank you for the comment. And yeah, definitely, if we could, we would have loved to visit the city, because then we could have been able to consult the farmers, the local people, and really confirm our project. So yeah, it would have been fun. Maybe eventually one day we'll go visit and look at the rice fields.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe when you have the opportunity to visit, something is already moving. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from the floor then?
One more point.
Please.
I just want to talk a bit about your architecture. And I think because the concept is interesting, you shouldn't have to rely on biomimicry and something in the shape of a rice roof. And this image, I think, is, typifies that, in that you really are talking about making an urban place in the city. And I think that there's other logic or rules or considerations that you take into that. And in this image, I'm particularly just sort of amazed that you put a column in the water, which floods. That really seems like a sort of a thumbs up to, the real problems that exist. So I just think you have to be very careful and in situations like this, and really rely on the strength of your ideas and not just try to make a glossy image. Because I think your ideas are very strong and you didn't need to go through those gymnastics.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, why maybe audience thinking about the question, maybe I read the comment from Professor Kaman for you a bit. She said that the proposal introduced an important factor as creating a circular economy perspective to risk mitigation. It offers an interesting strategy of enhancing a local product as a backbone to post-disaster recovery. However, when it comes to an urban scale, the proposal is not looking into morphology of the place, but just put strategic architecture building as a solution to the scale up of the strategy. The implementation as well as the actor involved in order for this to be accomplished would have been good to mention. Yeah, I think it's very, very similar to what Professor San just, comment to you. And for myself, still no questions. So question for myself. As you know, I am in Thailand and in Bangkok. And Philippines has very similar economic situation and context. Someone has to, okay. So we in Thailand actually talking about how to add value to the agriculture. The higher value, for example, cosmetic, medicine, things like that. So to make, the labor, the cost, the income of the local much higher than just, normal agriculture. And we are similar size country. So we are not big enough to produce, big product that can import and get a lot of money. So the market is kind of not for us. If we want to produce just, agriculture production. What do you think about, rice field that you suggest? Would that be, adding income to the economy and make, the local has more capacity to live more quality of life? Yes.
So yeah, for the economic aspect, so yes, I would definitely participate to the economy. So we mentioned the farmers, right? With the tourism aspect, that the tourists will be attracted to this new construction method. They will want to visit to see where this new material comes from. So they will visit the rice fields, and that will generate more income for the farmers. But also with our proposal, by having the pavilions in the urban and the urban part of the city, we're going to create new jobs, right? So it won't only be for the farmers, but also it will create new jobs for the people, so they can produce the blocks in those pavilions.
Yeah, but you see the situation of Thailand right now. Having a tourism economy too big, too reliance on tourist economy is not very good for us either. So it's not kind of risk management for the city. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you can tell me more.
So I'm not quite sure. So tell more about the other economic aspects apart from the tourism.
Yeah, what you think about making the Naga resilience?
So with the resilience, so we're hoping that by using these new blocks, the population will be more resilient, right? Because since everything is local, the resources are local, the workforce is local. Even will encourage and value jobs like the farmers, but also jeepney and taxi boat drivers. So encourage all those jobs. So that's more money in the community. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say after, but.
Okay, I have the question from the floor. Okay, I read it for you. Dear team UDM, congratulations on your presentation. Not a comment, but a piece of information that I would like to share about rice husk brick that may add to your study and proposal. In Mekong Delta in Vietnam, people have been producing such brick traditionally and using it for construction of their house. Yeah, you may study this case. Thank you. And that's from what? PPCOA. Okay. And another one, I think is a question. Thank you for the great proposal, UDM. I wanted to ask if this proposal is possible to be implemented in the lower region of the city, where some of the water coming in from the bay is saline and rice cultivation may not be possible. Okay, that's the question from CEPT University.
So yes, it will be possible to bring those resources and to use them in the lower part of the city, because we want to use the taxi boats, right? So they will be able to travel on the river to the lower city, and also by jeepneys, they will be able to transport the resources to the people who are in the city. So it's totally possible.
Okay, one new message.
May I ask you a question, maybe,
Yes.
about the fact that in the map that you showed, we understand the intentions that are good intentions, but in the map that you've shown, it's actually, we see a lot of rice fields. Monoculture, usually, wherever it is in the world, it's always problematic for a thousand of reasons. Could it be just, some test the site and then, to understand what's the size limit of this production?
So that's thank you for the question. And so yeah, we're aware that rice is a monoculture, and obviously if we if there's too much rice, it's a problem also. But we were also aware that the rice, as mentioned, is on the decline. So our goal is to just maintain what is there and use what is already there. So we don't necessarily want to increase the rice production so much as to maintain what is already there. So we can already accomplish a lot with the resources that are already there. So, but yeah, exactly.
So where the map that you shown actually the existing rice fields then?
Yeah, so the rice, sorry, I'm gonna have to go back maybe to the beginning. So yeah, the map is the existing rice fields.
Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah, this one. So some might since, because I don't remember the year of this map, so some might not be there anymore, but this is the map of what is already Naga, and not a map of what we propose to expand.
Well, very good. And also it would be very interesting actually to look at the historic maps of the rice fields, also reconstructing where they were located, usually, and also to overlay these rice fields with the topographies that probably they are in the lowest point of part of the city. But thank you for the explanation.
Okay, so time's up. Thanks for the team, Montreal. And we will move to the next team, the South China University. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready. Excuse
Yes.
me, due to the unstable network, we decided to show our presentation video. And our camera will show our handmade model during the video playing. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, expert and judges. Our project theme is Every Terracing City, a new living paradigm for Naga. Our report will be composed of the following sections to fully show how the concept of terracing city is present on the scale from the city to the architecture. The first part is the origin of the concept. First of all, the problem we are concerned about is the frequent flooding disasters in Naga. Its main flooding area and the central city are highly overlapped, which has a serious impact on the daily life of Naga residents and the operation of the city. Faced with such a serious threat of climate disasters, we tried to explore the causes behind it. It is located at the foot of a volcano. The terrain is high in the east and low in the west, allowing a lot of rain to flow down and stay in the west plains. The second reason we're concerned about it is the soil poverty in the central and eastern regions of the city. A large number of terrace fields originally exist in the central and the eastern part of the city. However, due to the uneven population distribution and the lack of municipal water facilities, a large number of terrace fields have been turned into wasteland. At the same time, we have also paid attention to more existing problems in Naga, such as extreme weather disasters represented by heavy rains and droughts, decline in agriculture production capacity, widespread poverty, and the lack of stable income sources for residents. At the same time, the Philippines is also facing the housing shortage caused by a repeated population increase and the migration of foreign populations. The existing municipal facilities cannot meet the repeated population increase and ultimately lead to the existence of environmental problems such as water pollution and a lack of groundwater. To sum up, we focus problems on the interrelationship of the three major elements: water resources, agriculture, and population, and hope to resolve the above-mentioned contradictions in the form of reviving terraced agriculture. We hope that the existing abandoned terrace in our city will be used to introduce the residents in the form of strips by improving the road network. However, the introduction of population will inevitably bring about the problem of improving municipal facilities. We hope a transitive micro-municipal model to retain rainwater and alleviate drought. Therefore, we can create a new urban structure of wetland, fieldland, and residence. The second part is our proposal on the urban scale. First of all, we hope to protect the existing natural resources of the city and reserve room for the expansion. After that, we consider improving the road network to attract residents to settle in the central and the eastern regions. With the introduction of our wetland, fieldland, and the residence model, and the passage of time, the street model will gradually be connected by patches. And at the same time, we'll continue to expand to the central and the eastern regions, and finally form the land use board in 2050. In this street mod, a micro-municipal system will be formed in Naga. First of all, the rain and the sewage in the residence area will flow to the wetland for sewage purification, and the purified sewage can be directly supplied to the next residence strip using the terrace elevation difference. In this way, we have transformed the large-scale municipal system arranged planned by government into a transitive micro-municipal system. At the same time, we have also transformed the industrial structure of the three central districts originally planned by the government into a sub-central industrial structure. Each strip has its own dependence. Next, we choose the experimental site of the above-mentioned concept strategy. We choose a street located in the Eastern building. We hope to keep them and use our new residential cluster to connect them into an enclosed courtyard. For the shattered dwellings of large number, we hope to include them in the new housing cluster with a solid maintenance structure. For the public service facilities, we hope to activate its vitality by introducing temporary commercial facilities. The fourth part is our proposal on the size scale. On the scale of the community, Naga faces the following problems: simple facilities, lack of public activity space with beautiful environment, and at the same time, there's no perfect system to make the community sustainable. In order to solve the above problems, we put forward 3 sets of access systems: water access, public access, and ecological access, and further combine 3 access into one, forming a compound access system through the residential area. For example, the water system relies on water classification and utilization. Community Vitality Center system, enhancing communication and interaction. A proper size of community block effectively enhances the sense of community. The multi-level ecosystem relies on the diversity of ecological resources. Therefore, in our site, we will undertake an upper planning to form a wetland strip and extend from the wetland to the residential area. The residential clusters are transitioned through small green spaces, and the roof planning further improves the ecological hierarchy of the community. And finally, forms the terraced community model. A complete water system will be formed in the community. Rainwater from roads and domestic sewage from the cluster will be collected through ditches. The sewage will be initially treated in the septic tanks in the residential cluster and then flow to the terraced underflow wetlands in the green axis for transitive purification. And finally, the sewage is purified through the surface wetland and a wet pond in the wetland strip. The purified water will pass to the next residential area from land and public area to meet its daily needs. We magnify the study area to the relationship between the 2 strips. There is 3 patterns of water system. In the rainy season, more water resources can be stored in the wetland through the hierarchical retention and purification of rain sewage. During the dry season, water collected in the wetland can be transferred to the low-lying strip to meet the needs of the residents, thus reducing water transport routes. In extreme climates, green roofs, large scale of revidable terrains, stacked green spaces, and wetland will together retain large amount of rainwater, enhance the climate resilience of communities, and replenish groundwater resources. In addition to a complete community water system, we also pay attention to the creation of a community atmosphere. On the vibrant axis, we hope to install a multifunctional market, which can combine multiple functions such as market with chargers, public toilets, and the station. The multifunctional space can meet the needs of residents for storage, communication, sales, and rest. Within the vibrant axis, it can be a place for residents to trade and sell agricultural products during the day, and it can be a temporary refuge in extreme weather. It can be a community church during worship and a movie theater at night. All in all, living in such a community in the agricultural city, people can enjoy closer communication, more convenient trade, more source of income, and a cleaner living environment. The pictures show the photo of the handmade model of the community. The 5th part is the proposal on the architecture scale. Residents of Naga generally face the dilemma of no stable jobs, rapid increase in family population, and poor housing quality. However, the government only provides a 24 square meter house. How to meet the material needs of residents with limited conditions has become the main problem we face. In this regard, we consider the introduction of roof planting, portable gates, resilience of resident spaces, strong maintenance structure, and a clean water supply to solve the above contradictions. This results in a combination of semi-finished houses and the portable gates provided by our government. We improved the original living mode of Naga from the inner courtyard and introduced flexible water storing roofs and green roofs to form a living strategy. The overall structure of the house is compositely generated with load-bearing walls and no-load-bearing maintenance walls. There is free modes for a single house, complete enclosure, first floor open, and built into a layer. The combination can generate 6 living modes, bringing a rich and diverse residential openness. The construction process of the overall house highlights the 3 characteristics of self-building, mutual assistance, and the local materials. The construction of house is divided into 2 parts. The government provides build frame and the residents self-build. First, we use the hollow blocks as the load-bearing structure of the buildings and embed small wooden blocks as the supporting members of the beams. The roof is built with arched red bricks on the basis of wooden beams, with a waterproof layer and hollow brick railings on the roof. Of course, the government also provides infrastructure including water and electricity. Residents can then build on the reserved small wood blocks according to specific conditions, including floors and rails. The main materials are wood. Finally, the separating walls are made of non-load-bearing bamboo reinforcement, and the facade of the architecture can be made by local bamboo and manual help. This gives us the final form of the house. Enlarged to a residential cluster, domestic sewage and rainwater will be collected into the septic tanks in the cluster for preliminary purification, and the purified water from the previous strip will be supplied to the green roofs and sanitation facilities through underground pipelines. Residents can have more spatial living rooms, more bedrooms, and more separated private spaces, and the first floor can even be converted into retail shops. Our handmade models also show the above-mentioned various construction details, spatial forms, and rich facade forms. Finally, we hope to propose a new living paradigm that belongs only to Naga through the combination of the above proposal. Residents living in our agrarian city will have more convenient transportation, safer and richer food resources, shorter material circulation chains, closer neighborhood relations, more job opportunities, and an overall improvement in the quality of life. They are no longer affected by floods and can build additional houses according to their own needs. The agrarian city holds the water, lifts the life. Thank you for listening.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, sorry about that. Our network have something mistake. Yeah, if you, if Professor, you have something unclear, you can ask us to show our PPT. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, very complete presentation. Okay, so the jury, please. Laura, maybe would you like to start first?
Yeah, okay, thank you, Ji. I liked your presentation and how you actually worked all throughout the scales, because this is very clear that you started from the upper scale and then you go down. What I misunderstood, I don't know if it was my internet connection really, I didn't understand exactly how it is the existing terraces, landscapes, how do they work, how do they look like? If you could go back and we see that together, I would be very curious about it. Because there are many multiple kinds of terraces landscaped. Also over here in Italy, we do have it, but you know, every system is diverse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got that. Maybe I think you mentioned about of us landscape in our urban scales. Yes, I think we use some street form to make our landscape, and the street form is not the best one for our farmland. But on the one hand, we should street form to follow the original terrace characteristic of Naga. And on the other hand, to form the transitive micro-municipal system we mentioned. After the preliminary investigation, we found that the current urban expansion of Naga is to form a street form along the existing road and rivers. Therefore, we hope to attract residents to settle down by the improving urban road network and generating wetland strips with pleasant environment.
What I was asking actually, if we can go to the drawing and see actually how it looks like this kind of terrace landscape, if you have a photo or something, how is the existing situation?
You can show your PowerPoint. Do you have existing situation and the design?
Existing, yeah, maybe existing situations. We found that the Naga is overpopulated, and there has a phenomenon of the population. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. You can show the drawing.
You can show our screen.
Okay.
Just one question. Do you have a kind of brickstone that make the terraces, or how? Zooming in, let's say, in each of the terraces landscapes, how do they look like? Or is it just, you know, a slope or whatever it is?
Probably
we have a local technical system for the terrace landscapes.
And show the landscape.
This is a handmade model. Can show the landscape system of the terracing city, and this landscape in the rain season, more water resource can be stored in the wetland zone, and through the hierarchical retention and the purification of rain and sewage. And during the dry season, the water can collected in the wetland and can be transferred to the low-lying strip to meet the needs of the residents. And in extreme climates and the green roofs of the building and the large scale of revitalized terrace and can retain large amounts of rainwater and enhance the climate resilience of communities, and can replenish groundwater resource. And I think this is the function of our landscape system.
Okay, thank you. I've been looking while you were talking, I was looking at the photos actually Naga of some terrace fields. Maybe, yeah, they are a different system from what I've seen before. So I was curious about how it was working exactly, the system, the existing local situation. But this is for sure a very interesting starting point for the project. Thank you.
Okay, then Billy, do you have any questions for the team, please?
Yes, G. Thank you. Thank you to the team for bringing in a new perspective as to how we can integrate agriculture and then housing, especially as we spread it all throughout the city center. Right now, the majority of the residential area, the built-up areas, are in the city center. If I get your presentation right, you will strategically move population to the farmlands and revitalize that and make them the new communities more resilient by combination of water capture and then water storage system. As I said, this is a new perspective to the way we can organize our communities moving forward. Right now, in the land use plan of the city, it only speaks about the primary growth center and 2 secondary growth areas. And only one of the secondary growth areas actually are located in the agricultural part of the city. So this is something that we can take a look at. What I can assure the team is that we'll take a look at this closely, because being a new idea, of course, this is something that we'll have to study further, and probably it will help us a lot if you can give us some working prototypes of areas in Southeast Asia where this is already in existence, so that there is proof of concept for this approach.
Okay. The team, do you want to assure Willie that there is any proof of concept anywhere that you study this model from?
Yeah. The main consideration of the social the main consideration of the social resilience is the shortage of the public service facilities, and the shortage of our housing space that will occur with the growth of the population. Yeah, for the shortage of the public service facility, the compound access system we put into the residential area can be used as a reserve for expansion. In response to the shortage of housing space, we make the flexible expansion of indoor space. At the same time, we also consider the development of the local industries. The first floor of the residential building can be transformed into retail stores or the processing workshop in the future. And a large area of roof planting will lay the foundation for the development of agriculture. Yeah.
Are there any example anywhere that have practice this kind of scheme? No. Okay.
The pattern, yeah.
Okay. So Billy, do you have your answer?
Well taken. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then Professor Stan, please. Do you have any questions?
Hi, I think this is an incredibly well resolved scheme at a series of scales. And what I appreciate is that you've revitalized the farmland, you've conserved water, and you actually have made communities. I think it's very well done. One comment is that I think that there's a lot of things that were in your booklet that you've left out in this. So I think that the hierarchy has changed in terms of what you presented. So I have a few questions, mostly at the housing strip scale, which I think that was underrepresented. So the first question is, does this include, or I seem to have read that you've incorporated the existing buildings that were already there, that your residential strips were able to absorb that? And then presumably it goes on to Laura's question about, can that actually also incorporate the existing farmland, absorb the existing into the project? Have they gone?
No, they try to show us the model.
Well, maybe I'll just talk to myself then. But I think if it does do that, I think it's actually very interesting, because I think as much as you can engage the community, and I think that it was done during the housing types of giving a sort of incompleteness, and the fact that existing buildings can be incorporated, including some of the informal housing. I thought that was quite good, but I think it's a bit of a problem in terms of the way it was represented, in that it looks like barracks a bit in terms of the residential area, you know, that once it's multiplied, it loses that sort of grain and that engagement of the population. But I think that's probably too hard a question for them to answer.
Okay, but yeah, I will try to ask again the team. Are you still, you know, available to answer the questions?
Yeah. Maybe the professor mentioned about our capacity of our residential. Yeah, we have some numbers to show. About 5,000 households can live in the 1 square kilometers living strip. And the flexible expanding housing space can meet the living needs of a family of up to 10 people. We have designed a capacity target that can meet the needs for the housing stock of around 20,000 units by 2050. And another one, the professor mentioned is our farmland can absorb the farmland in our design. Yeah, I think we are because now the farmland reserve is people can use it to plant something ground or the rice or maybe my mates can my teammate can apply something. Yeah.
Yeah, our agritourism city concept is referred to another widespread form of terraced farmland, but it also refers to such a kind of farming cultural wisdom that can guide the shape of the urban development. And public square can also be part of city terrains for the unique scenery in the Naga. And the beauty is our architecture building. Yeah.
I think the main question is how your design work with the existing housing and agriculture area. Do you have any quick answer to that? Okay.
Wait, please. We are have something to show our existing agriculture and building. Yeah.
Okay.
our strategy about the existing buildings. For the two-story residential building, we will include them in our groups. And for the original team buildings, just one floor, we will build a roof for them, and they will not be moved by the place. And for the public service, we will use some skates or portable buildings to activate the atmosphere, maybe in this.
Is that what you're looking for, Sam?
I mean, I think it's just the way that it's drawn, because I think some of the examples here are richer than the sort of once it gets on a larger scale. I just wanted that reinforced so that the peak is an old building, but it's hard to actually read that in the graphics.
Okay, then the time is up. Thanks so much for the presentation and for the questions from the jury. So the next team, please. Are you ready? Bangladesh. Bangladesh University of Technology and what? Right. Sorry. Oh, I don't have mine. Okay, Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, BUET. Please start your presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are Sadrila, Rakesh, Fahmid, Nahian, and Saba, representing Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology, BUET. So let's jump into our presentation.
There is no sound.
Saba.
This is a type of resilience. Naga City is a culturally vibrant pilgrimage city. It's blessed with heritages, strong community, lush ecology, and so many agricultural lands. This is a type of resiliency we experience as an identity for this city. However, climatic location and topography continuously challenges the city resilience. This land topography, along with heavy rainfall, drains the water towards the basin area through these capillaries. So what is making this city less resilient? Over the last 15 years, 35% of the net urban expansion in Naga City was unplanned. In the last 40 years, 15% agricultural land was converted for other urban uses. In a landscape where farmlands and capillaries are an integral part, turning them into urban lands without any strategy disrupts the hydrological cycle. A notable fact is Naga City still has 54% agricultural lands. Agriculture is defined as its primary economic sector, but adds only 8% return in revenue. So we identified the reasons why agriculture is underperforming here. Climatic hazards, topsoil erosion, unimproved farming technique, high production cost, lack of support infrastructures, and social stigma. For Naga City, this decline in agriculture also means occupational shift, migration towards CBD, urbanization, disruption in the hydrological cycle. Our concept is to manage the two major natural forces for Naga by developing an agrarian framework that would link people with the water and land to ensure resilient and sustainable growth for the city. We call this framework a growing city.
Our vision for a growing city is to ensure sustainable growth for Naga City, where water, land, and people will coexist harmoniously. To achieve this vision, we divided the landscape into 3 subdivisions: upland, midland, and lowland, which is also known as the source, transmission, and basin area for this watershed. The 100-year flood projection shows the areas prone to flooding. Along those zones, agricultural lands are preserved as valleys to tackle extreme hydrological calamities as emergency retention area. Along the river, creeks, and capillaries, agricultural lands are kept as a buffer. Agricultural practices appropriate to this terrain subdivision are prescribed. These practices are adapted to develop a vegetation layer along these capillaries that can act as typhoon buffer. Along the transmission zone, areas for retention are designed. In between these natural layers, we propose frameworks for agrarian communities to develop. We also marked potential location for support infrastructures and connected them with a road network system so that agriculture can flourish and in turn regenerate the fine landscape. Due to the varying terrain, these subdivisions experience different natural adversities. To adapt to these adversities, we suggest terrain-specific farming practices. Sloping agricultural land technology salt for upland, coconut-based multi-story farming for midland, and bio-intensive gardening big for lowlands are proposed. These can also contribute to delay, retain, and soak runoff water. For farmlands that are prone to flooding, especially in the valleys that allow controlled seepage of flood water into the city, we propose an integrated fish paddy farming system to sustain agricultural activity even during monsoon or mild floods. As a growing city, the biggest concern for Naga is housing accommodation. So we looked into solutions that will allow agricultural practices to sustain within the community. Through this process, we were able to connect the communities with the natural forces as their stewards and beneficiaries. So we explored the solution at site scale and household scale at 3 different scales. The site in upland is at Penakwasan with an 8 to 18% slope, which is also the source for this watershed. We chose sloping agricultural land technique as the suitable farming practice for this part of the terrain. Incorporating microchannels of water in between the hedgerows and salt will help to delay the runoff during rain. Our comprehensive landscape plan for upland shows the possible locations for communities along the contours and farmlands, the central axis connecting the communities, and the possible road network system. Looking closely at the design decisions, we identified natural contours and farmlands for salt. Access roads to the site are connected with the central trail. Within these terraces of farmlands, housing communities are placed with ditches on both sides. The central trail can accommodate amenities for tourist activities to attract visitors coming to enjoy Mount Isarok. Thus, the housing cluster can coexist with the agricultural land. The alternate plantation of permanent and seasonal crops ensures increased production and stabilizes the soil that is so prone to erosion. The ditches incorporated within the hedgerows are instrumental to delay runoff and can be used for irrigation. The hedgerows of nitrogen-fixing trees prevent soil to wash away and prevent sedimentation at the basin area. Here we see the tourist trail with adjacent farmlands where communities can interact with tourists and adopt agro-ecotourism as an alternate income source. Integrating agriculture with other potential sectors and finding way to engage common people in agricultural activities will greatly help destigmatizing the current notion of agriculture in Naga.
For Midland, we chose the given site D in Pekal and surrounding areas. The adopted agricultural technique is a coconut-based multi-story farming. Integrating this technique with support reservoirs will help us retain water in this subdivision. To achieve the goals, we identify the creeks within the site and preserve them with a buffer of farmland and support reservoirs. The vegetation layer formed through the agricultural practice can accommodate biodiversification. The road network is then laid out with a central pedestrian spine and approaching roads perpendicular to the creeks. The layout then dictates the blocks available for the medium density residential development where collective gardening can be accommodated within the housing clusters. Looking closely, we see the collective gardening spaces between the housing units that form microchannels for typhoon wind to pass through. The vegetation layer developed for landscape regeneration can also act as community spaces for the neighborhood and the multi-purpose community structures that can act as emergency shelters. A section through the site reveals reservoirs and the agroforest layer along the creeks as a windbreak for the community. Within the housing clusters, the space provided for the collective gardens is being used for livestock and other support purposes like compost pit. Coconut-based multi-story farming with support reservoirs is suitable for this terrain because it enables us to store water for drought. The dense agroforest layer contributes to the regeneration and retention capacity of the existing creeks. Preserved water can be used for irrigation, and the farming technique itself allows crop diversification through multiple crop combinations. Thus, the layers of agricultural activities can coexist within the community, the community can be a part of this natural landscape and become the stewards for these lands. So by empowering the farmers, we believe agriculture can make a difference in regenerating this landscape and protect the communities from natural calamities. Our next site is at Pena Francia within the central business district. The portion of the city is heavily built. The existing situation shows unaddressed gardening practice, lack of open spaces, and vulnerability to increased intensity of flood with climate change. So our solution for this site is to develop a riverfront that can address and adapt to these issues. We propose acquiring the riverfront up to a single plot that can accommodate community gardens as a gardening space for the neighborhood. A permeable pedestrian network is proposed to divide the riverfront into 2 levels of the riparian buffer zone, connecting the newly designed plazas and old revetment. And finally, we form a connected rain garden channel to complete the system. The adopted biointensive gardening technique is suitable because it can be implemented in smaller parcel of land, often integrating a filtration layer with it. So creating a buffer zone along the riverfront allows us to accommodate community gardens as gathering spaces. It also allows us to develop a stormwater management system integrating the riverfront, community garden, and plazas with the underground water reservoirs and riparian buffer zone. Though the existing revetment holds from the flood at the moment, in the face of imminent climate change, a river always needs room to grow. Thus, we achieve the neighborhood with constructed wetland doubling as the open community spaces, new vegetation layer as the typhoon buffer for this community, and facilities to accommodate farming practices within the heart of the city. And to diversify the immigration pattern, our proposal includes dwelling units only for upland and midland. To accommodate the housing need, we adopted a multi-family incremental housing scheme. Considering the family typologies, the opportunity for expansion was a priority. So we opted for a design that allows big enough backyard shared between these units to be used for gardening, livestock, compost pit, etc. When arranged in a cluster, these connected backyard spaces can accommodate collective gardening or large-scale poultry or animal husbandry and also act as a passage for the typhoon need. We have proposed 3 types of dwelling units. All the units have a core containing necessary services, flexible multi-purpose spaces, and opportunities for further expansion. The following diagram shows the vertical stacking of the basic spatial layout with bedrooms, terraces, and services around the core. The options for further expansion for each unit is shown. The proposed structural system for the units are demonstrated. The units are designed to be flexible enough to accommodate other income-generating functions like shari shops or tourist lodging. The exploded axonometric diagram shows the materials selected for the unit and other details like hydroponics or terrace gardens. Rainwater harvesting system is integrated to capture the massive runoff from the roofs. We have provided solar panels for the units to be more energy efficient, and the unit is raised on stilts for flood and also to have soakable spaces underneath. Adopting the incremental housing scheme brings about a sense of spontaneity within the neighborhoods as the users have freedom in choosing materials and color. The connected backyard space allows for the flexibility in use and as an interactive space to cherish the strong sense of community within the Nagaland. Dividing the landscape into 3 segments and adopting terrain-specific design decisions allow the framework for Naga City to be replicable throughout the city. Agro City is a comprehensive development plan that is replicable, multi-scalar, and puts landscape at the forefront of decision-making process. For a city like Naga, agriculture should be integrated within the urban system, not left out at the periphery of the city, because farmlands are wonderful buffers for this integrated hydrological system. If farmers and communities can be incentivized to pursue agroecological practices, there will be a spontaneous growth of vegetation, contributing to the regeneration of the water channels. If realized, agriculture in Naga City can be the major driving force in achieving food security, regenerating the landscape, and achieve an adaptive urban layout to be able to mitigate, adapt, and reinstate the effects of climate change. This is where we say goodbye, but before that, let us play a very traditional Filipino folk song. The kids in the Philippines learned this at a very early age, and it also deeply inspired and guided us throughout the whole design process. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thanks for the team. Very quick presentation. So I would like maybe the jury stand, please.
All right. Hello. I really again, appreciate this presentation. And I also appreciate what KMUTT is doing in choreographing this, because you're making very nice pairings of projects. And I think there's a lot of similarities with the last one that we saw. And I think what I really appreciate is that there's a careful reading of all of the land and actually designing the site. So instead of just choosing a site, I think both teams designed the site, which I think is very good. And in terms of working a strategy for the whole area, which integrates the land and the water and the people, as you said, I think you've done a very good job. What I particularly want to, so again, you've done it in a larger scale of not repetitive, but recognizing the technical requirements, but then also the social requirements in each of the levels. So the extreme slopes and the sort of and habitation that you might have, and then the inner slopes. And I think it's been a really good balancing act. It looks right to me. So these three different and very rich topographies. Again, the other thing that I really want to commend you on is that it's a very good integration of the housing with the landscape, which is a very difficult thing to do, again, at a series of scales. This last drawing, which I'll come to, but if you go to some of the inset drawings or where you begin to test certain areas, I think they do very well with your, can you show one of those, which I can sort of, one of the ones where you zoom in on an area and show the house and the landscape, the little renders, the freehand renders. Yeah, like some of those down below that you just passed. Yeah, like these and the ones further down, which really show how things are integrated. I think it's very well done. Where again, in that one there, and it's very clear and I think very appropriate. The drawing that you had on, which is towards the end, again, it's the same problem I had with one before. Can you zoom down and have the drawing that you showed when you just started the Q&A? Down at the bottom, which is the overview. There, yeah. Again, I don't understand why it doesn't integrate as well at this scale. This is the only scale where I see this sort of multiplication of this almost rubber stamped little cluster of housing. And if anything, and it's the same thing that I sort of would advise to, which I think I commented in the one from Scott, that it doesn't seem to integrate in this scale as well as it could. Well done. I mean, I really think it's a terrific project. It's not a question, is it? It's a comment. Or
but,
maybe.
Yeah, if the team has something to say to Professor San about the repetition that you design,
thank you for the comment. What I want to add with that is like in the final drawing that we are showing here, this is actually a conceptual or what I may say is a schematic representation of the whole design process, because the scale is so big that if we wanted to actually depict it in the original scale, it was actually hard to, it was not legible, it was hard to understand. So that's why we actually showed it in this way. But if we go to the like our side scale proposals, then we can see that we try to actually break this rubber stamp thing, and we try to create actually staggered, we try to place the household clusters in a staggered manner so that the typhoon wind can pass through and there is actually coherence. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a minor point, but but I think that, you know, with a little bit more work, you could probably get that scale to work as well.
Yes.
You've got a very good grasp of what you're trying to do.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Willie, please.
Thank you, G. Thank you to the team from Bangladesh. Like what San said, I appreciate the strategy of looking at citywide and then looking at the three sites, which are all familiar to me. The only question I have is on the feasibility of the intervention in the CBD, specifically the Peña Francia sub-project. You see, the area is built up. Housing structures or houses are actually built already at the edge of the revetment, 3 meters away from the river. And intervention actually will require recovering space so that this can be reallocated for community facilities, a community plaza, etc. On paper, or at least by the drawing, this will look fine. The problem is when you go down to the reality and you apply the political element to the whole process. This will require displacing or taking away some existing families from where they have been located, and that I think is going to be very tricky. Especially so because these people have actually paid for this property, or they have been occupying this property for the last 50 years, and through a government program, they have acquired ownership over these plots of land. So it will have a social cost. And I don't know if there had been similar experiences in Bangladesh or in the Asian context where there was a successful bargaining between some members of an urban community to allow an intervention like this to take place. Otherwise, I think the upland and the midland solution are closer to feasibility in terms of implementation. They are greenfields and will not actually create a huge social cost compared to the one in Peña Francia. That's just my observation. I will appreciate if you can cite how other cities have implemented strategy for built-up areas like this. Thank you.
Okay. Please, the team, would you like to add information?
Yes, actually, we actually are aware of that there are currently built environment along the riverfront. Since we could not go there, or we had to actually explore the site virtually, and this place specifically within the narrow roads, we can't even go through the Google Maps. So that's why actually our intervention in the CBD is very. We wanted to do small interventions, like what caused us is like we saw KSK. We know about the KSK. That KSK is relocating the urban core from the riverfront to other locations, and keeping that thing in our mind. And since KSK has been always so successful in doing that, so that's why actually we went through this kind of interventions. The intervention actually says that the revetment is actually currently holding the flood water, but it also is creating a problem because with revetment the water rises very fast and water also travels very fast in the basin area. So as the 100-year flood projection shows, or when the climate change happens and the water level starts to rise, our concern was if the revetment will be able to hold the water. And if it can't, then we wanted to provide a solution so that the city is able to hold off the water in case that kind of calamity happens.
Thank you.
I'd like to add, if I may.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so CBD, what you are saying, exactly correct. Building something in a already built environment is not that feasible. Our proposals in CBD doesn't propose any new housing forms or new housing build forms. It just expresses the landscape and tries to accommodate soakable spaces as public spaces. So, and we know that the tri-nodal development that government has proposed, most of the new migrants are moving towards midland and upland. So we think that in CBD, just little interventions like acupuncture and this landscaping would be enough. So there is no new build fronts we proposed. We just designed the riverfront and connected this riverfront with the community. That's it. There is no new build front. So I guess that could be done with a good political intention.
Good political intervention. That's the question, I think. Maybe, yeah, we can maybe pause that question a bit. And I would like to go to Laura, please, if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. I have not much to add. I completely agree with Sand, and we really, it's a very nice project which works all throughout this case. And then the agriculture in Naga is so rich. I was actually having a look at the ortho photos, so just Googling, and it's incredible how these places, they are structured, how actually the rice fields are combined to the terrace landscapes. Incredibly interesting. You were mentioning the agritourism model, which is a model that actually was invented in my country, in Italy, in the 70s. And it's a model that started because in those times in the 70s, people were going into the city. And so all the agricultural land was kind of abandoned. And the government thought it was a good idea to give incentives to this kind of new combination of agriculture and tourism. So there is also a side which is linked to incentives in the fact that they keep, since it's costly, think about then somebody who is taking care of the land, sometimes it's not completely, sustainable, let's say. And so they basically have a lower taxation. So there is this mechanism which allows them to host people, produce, and sell them directly, and not completely to pay the full cost like it would be. So there is this mechanism. It works very well. Now it's completely established as a system. You have to take care and pay attention, but it doesn't work very well if you are making a new village from scratch. Whereas if it's in a very nice natural place, all these agritourism are actually a wonderful way in which you can go from through one place to the other one. So you also build up a kind of network of paths which allow you to explore the landscape. So probably when we see the villages that were touched by the landscape, there can be also in this site, this idea of new development, which is outside the city, but limited. Because if it's going to be too wide, think about the agritourism system doesn't work, and it doesn't work within the villages. It works in the outside system. So yeah, pay attention on that. And if you go in the image that we saw, the other one, this works pretty well. There was another one which was a very concentrated village. It was a kind of
Midland. It was actually Midland, which was our middle density, and this is Midland. And in Upland, we proposed actually a low density housing for Upland. So that's what you are saying actually.
Yeah, it's very dense over here, and also, yeah, you didn't have the time to structure, of course, the master plan. You just copied and paste, let's say, of the buildings. But we understand the intentions. So really, I really like it. Really, as a project. So, and also the idea of the riverfront in the consolidated city. It's a nice idea, but like Willie was saying, if there are social issues linked to that, well, it might be more difficult. Maybe you could look for the empty spots along the river, and from there to build something rather than clearing away all all the houses. But thank you.
Okay, so that's the time is up, and I think everyone get the comment and answer that you need to do. And thanks for the team and the jury. We need to move to the last one for this morning. National Cheng Kung University, NCKU. Are you ready?
Yes, could everyone hear my voice?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then I'm going to show the presentation.
Please.
Okay, hello everyone. This is the student team of National Cheng Kung University from Taiwan. We would like to share our design project of creating a future Naga city. Our suggested global vision of Naga City in 2050 was mainly based on the concept of building up an interdialysis system. Let's start with a short video introduction.
Naga City, located in the Bicol region, is targeted as the secondary developing area of urbanization in the Philippines. The east side of Naga City applied rich natural resources, including abundant hydrologies, forests, farmland, and Mount Isarog. With the commercial prosperity, numerous residents flocked into the city, occupying the area in two different zones, urban and suburbs. Urban areas contain a high density of population, in addition leading to the unbalanced water distribution. Excessive population migration resulted in the shortage of land use, which simultaneously turned unaffordable under the expanding problem of population explosion. Therefore, the supply-demand mismatch made Naga City, losing adaptability, facing sudden natural hazard. However, Naga City has abundant rainfall resources. The rainfall area from January to August is concentrated in the western population concentration area, and from September to December is located in the eastern natural area. If the rainfall resources can be effectively preserved, the burden of daily water use of the city will be reduced. The unregulated areas were mostly without disaster response measures, moreover polluted the environment and persecuted human health both physically and mentally by exposing dangerous threats. Zoomed into the contradictory water resource issue, prospective vision should be focused on the balance between environmental interaction and the urban sprawl of residential areas. By overlapping current natural and artificial context in Naga City, river basins, fields, and transport network, the midstream plot is selected as the plot towards the nature forefront. Porous areas stand as the potential districts, which are fascinated with natural features, complete with basic infrastructure. Oriented between the urban periphery and the reserved natural area, the confluence of Naga River and Yabu River would be considered to maintain the disappearing hydrology network. Moreover, conserving the nature area could provide downstream flood control and settlement water use, further start a benign interaction between urban and suburbs. Observing the communities on Kararayan Road, newly developed communities and natural coexistence communities could be categorized. Natural coexistence community was referenced to build up the nice living quality, which was composed of phasing consequences.
From another perspective of Kararayan Road, the route was currently classified into three different categories from west to east as city center area, river cemetery area, and the newly developed residential area. Type E, H, I, J were clarified as the new communities with concrete enclosures, which compared to the coexisting communities like type F and G. Daily life interfaces of public spaces appear in various scales, providing services for residents or communities. Social service proximity will positively related to the connected road-wide. Public space would be more open if the adjacent road were wide broadened. Diversified environmental elements, including leisure, business, health and welfare, sports, the provision of the daily necessities, education, and religions. By learning from the domestic life, we tried to relink current social facility back to the community plan. Residential types are mainly composed with single buildings and low-rise dwellings. The extended shade roof, sitting areas, front yard gardens, courtyards, commercials were all important parts of auxiliary uses. Residential would have to pass by these auxiliary spaces to connect the community road. The drainage ditches were already built around the housing by the city government. However, residents desire more front yard spaces by expanding the space with covered wood boards, which led to the obstacles for city water system. To create an interdialysis city, we start with 3 principles. To transform Naga City into an interdialysis city, we set up a pilot community prototype after observing the coexisting community on Korereyan Road. The community would first be connected to the current waterways. Next, connected houses with several green paths. Finally, the transport network would be built up with public areas. The pilot community could provide commercial and public areas around 1.6 kilometer squares and around 1.55 kilometer squares for the residential area. Aiming to the issue, we proposed 3 steps as the essential process: filtering, distributing with cycling, and layering. Filtering was to leach in nature between borders. Distributing and cycling was to allocate resources and connect circular systems. And layering was to level up the space in hierarchy. City would be built up with several taxonomies, which expanded as the filtering belt, distributing and cycling belt, and layering belt in a series of different activities. The framework was to adjust the 2 systems. At the beginning, improving strategy started from Naga River management. The operating target was to build 5 water systems to prevent water hazard, control water quality, expand water supply, stabilize water ration, and protect water resources. The 5 types of activities corresponded to the water system types: protection, storage, purification, irrigation, and discharge. They also represented zones coexisting with the environment in ecological conservation, resource storage, agricultural production, water treatment, and exchanging interfaces. Interdialysis system mostly happened in the peri-urban area, focusing on the 3 zones: water treatment, agricultural production, and resource repository. The water management would be implemented from small scale to large scale, household to city, which linked up the daily water consumption from down top approach, integrated the agricultural production from private to public. The whole system was to stabilize the providing water resources, and furthermore purified the sewage deposit. The partitions were planned by analyzing the existing context from porous ratio and topography wrinkles from current waterways. Artificial vegetation were currently well occupied in the market area in the uplands, which built up a strong reference to implement the following design in the selected zone. The action as filtering considered both on urban and rural districts, creating a new context adaptably to the wrinkles. Natural dialysis and community dialysis would be the main activities as the belt form design, occupying the zone in linear. The action as distributing and cycling was to distribute the water supply to every district in the midstream zone. So could the natural penetrate into urban from rural. Finally, 2 belt systems would intersect in the midstream area, where the temporary closed dump site was located. The site would be expected to transform into ecological conservation use, spreading out the hydrology network back to the household. The entire plan, was estimated to provide 5,070 households for about 20,000 residents. Naga City would definitely live harmoniously with water and no longer regard the water issue as the hazard. Natural belt dialysis. Water network built up the whole area with relinking current social facilities and infrastructure, which filtered the sewage water from the outland dialysis with the Naga River, and then redistributed to the lowlands. For example, we showed a belt as the demonstration, laying out the sections in order of different interfaces with community, natural, and in between. Then we move forward to show the detailed design around the dump site. By transforming the site to an ecological use, the hydrology would link up as the circularity system, turning the social condition into a new relationship with Naga River. In the riverbank district, water would be collected from the storage pond and filtered through the sewage treatment and wetland. Viewing further away, when the riverbank area would once flooded, the inner district would get the water by direct runoff. By multiple layers of filtering and purifying, drainage deposit could be ensured as the clean recycle resource to the river. Community dialysis. Dump site was set as the pilot community to create new dialysis systems. From the community plan, the households were having more accessibilities to get in touch with water activities. Water resources were effectively distributed into communities and social facilities through ditches. Street layouts and the household location were also considered to follow the interaction principle in three-layered relationships. The community plan was estimated to provide about 390 households for 1,560 residents. The housing types could also be labeled into 5 different typology units, which were built up in modules and were able to combine into collaborative housing in various ways. 3 best housing types were provided from facing the roadsides to the inner courtyard. From the roadside to the courtyard, the composed housing would be leveled by sharing in the ground floor, second in the level, and last in the middle courtyard. Water network and transport accessibilities were also layered in different types. The prototype would be constructed by the original way of design of CLUP resilient buildings, which would be built up with the material units in the manual. With the precast concrete bricks from mass production, housing typologies could also be transformed in customization design. Naga City truly required a fast construction which aimed to solve the urban sprawl. However, rainwater harvesting would also be considered to deal with the dialysis under this type of construction. Through intensifying the local construction, the composition of the unit could be more flexible. A livable lifestyle could lead to the future prospect as long as the coexisting relationship with water was created. For example, rainwater harvesting equipment could increase the water supply to improve the water activities. Community dialysis focuses on the water resource reusing cycle. Then the collecting water would be transported to the other cycle. The ditches would be drained into the household area, providing resources for new water activities like landscape and vegetation. Finally, the water drainage would be flagged back through the riverbank area, processing water interdialysis in nature and flow back into the ditches to the sewage treatment in horizontal ways. In the end, we're inviting everyone to join in our interdialysis system, from learning how to live harmoniously with water resources, being positive in dealing with water issues, and transforming the hazard to better consequences. Thank you for your listening.
think everyone like have terrific time presentation, and so we start the question from Laura, please.
Well, I appreciate that you looked at the water systems in the sense that you are thinking about purifying water and so forth. But from the presentation, at least, I don't know if it's me, it comes out that you didn't really look at the site. You started from an idea that you had and you applied it like it was, something to overlay. And this comes out also from your drawings. It's like not the site that is giving you the material to work with, but also there, it's like drawing and overlaying an image of a new town or a new development. And also the elements, you have all the ingredients, let's say, but these ingredients are a product of your view, not a product of what comes from Naga, from the place, from looking at topographies, from looking simply even in Google Maps, which is usually a very good source also to understand the structure of the water systems, of the topographies, of the existing sites. So this is my impression. I don't know, is it true, or where did you start your project?
Thank you. I would like to explain that we've done a lot of research by observing the domestic life from the Google Street View, and also like with the local citizens' comments on Metro Naga Water District on social media. So like from Facebook or Instagram groups, and we try to learn how, we tried in efforts to learn how what's the original way that citizen gets access to water. So actually, like the one I showed in the master plan, the building patterns we colored in the blue they were following the original social facility from the system called BES stakeholders, like Batalas Elementary School with the original buildings. So actually, we go through like every street in this area, and we try to link up the original facilities and the ditches that to create the systems.
No, it's good that you mentioned this, but for sure, what I looked and I see that you have seen the street view, yes, because you were showing some building uses at the very beginning of your presentation.
Yes.
But in what regards, the other scale, which is the upper scale, the impression instead it's that the process is vice versa. So this process works at the street level, but it doesn't work in the upper level when you're working in a neighboring scale or the territorial scale. So it's another kind of work. It's not an overlaying, but again, starting from the site in itself. So this is what I feel, but probably I'm wrong. Okay, but thank you. Thank you for presentation.
Okay, Billy, please.
Thank you to the team from Taiwan. This is an example of a very specific community level intervention for urban redevelopment. Urban redevelopment because as the team said, there are already existing communities there, although there are new ones that are being proposed so that it can be expanded. To my mind, this demonstrates, or this has the potential to really inform the way the city will develop the place, because this is also one of the new development areas that the current administration of the city government actually is investing money on, the Balatas area, new area development. And side by side, the portion to the right where there is the confluence of Yabo and Naga River in Arihan, actually is going to be the place for a retention pond. So this proposal has a practical value to us because there are already plans to develop this. So the proposal, to my mind, will enhance the way the city and the other stakeholders. The other main stakeholder in that retention pond project is the national government, because they have the resources to do that. The city, unfortunately, cannot pour a lot of resources to a project like that. So again, thank you for offering us a fresh perspective. The problem of a very specific project like a retention pond is that the national government often does not think outside of the box. They are only boxed in by the kind of project they are supposed to prepare a study for or study on. Again, thank you. The idea is, although very specific to a community in the peri-urban part of the city, will help us a lot. That is not a question, but a comment. Thank you.
Okay, nice comment for the team. Thanks, Willie. And what about Professor San, please?
All right. I must say this project completely baffles me. And I've spent 3 times as much time on your scheme as anyone else's, trying to sort of figure it out. One reason is that I don't think that you've keyed any of the scales of drawings together very well, except I noticed there's considerable amount of new drawings in this presentation. Is that right? Where
yes.
You put them together? Yeah. So I looked back through the report and I hadn't seen them. So that would have helped to read it the first time. But I suppose it's and this might follow on a little bit from Laura's comment, in that maybe it's not just the scaling and the keying of drawings together, but maybe the project straddles something that's a conceptual or diagrammatic or strategic move, as opposed to something which is grounded in the reality of the site. And the bits that I find most confusing but quite interesting and charming are your little square key drawings. You have a lot of those through the presentation at different scales. These, I find them very interesting and provocative in terms of how they might be a series of strategies or relationships or whatever. And then yet I then jump or feel like I jump to quite a detailed and quite a conventional urban planning scale drawing, which is zoned and all of that sort of stuff, which are the later drawings, with very little in between, I think. But I think it's a project that's not being kept in the realm of the strategic and wanting to be tested in reality. And I think you almost have to make that sort of decision of being in one or the other. So do you understand that? And also, I think there's also a lack of integration then with the water system and the housing. Again, it's probably all combined on this scale, but your diagrams that preceded this were quite separate. I mean, do you agree with any of that? Or did you start with the little square drawings and then see how they fit into the bigger context, the master plan?
Yes, I would like to comment is like, actually we show this taxonomies as the diagram. So we believe that it might change a little bit on the master plan. So as long as we walk, like we have no opportunity to visit the real site. So we tried a lot for like inserting all the taxonomies into the site. So actually maybe it's better to work on the detailed community plans to show it. Like we try to transform the dump site into the ecological park, and using all the taxonomies that we we talking about before. So yes, but I'm not sure that, I think it's like how the way we showed in the drawings might not be so definitely clear for everyone to learn how the how the system works. But yeah, but we tried a lot on the sections to show how the ditches is the relationship between all the water infrastructures to the rivers.
I think those work, but I suppose my question to you is that should you have tried to keep the master plan a little bit more the same character of the taxonomies? Yeah, because, I mean, and that might be a good strategy, and this sort of goes to everyone. You're not able to go to the site. So could you treat this as a typological situation? You know, the site at that scale. I mean, it's a rhetorical question, but I'm sure it's something that everyone grappled with when you couldn't go to the site of, you know, how much did you ground this in reality, and how much of it did you use as a strategic proposition? And really what I'm saying is that I think your smaller scale strategic propositions are very strong, but get a little bit lost in the master plan.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. Anything you want to add, the team?
Well, it's a debating point. I mean, it really is. I mean, you struggled with the project, so.
Yeah.
Yes, but actually in the beginning we're thinking of like all the whole system working. We separated into like different categories. So when we design all the housing here, we're thinking about how the water cycle works and how the function will be inside the like small communities. But yeah, like I agree the comments like all the commenties like asking. So yeah, thanks.
Okay. So are there any things anyone want to add to? There is no question from the floor, and so I think it's about time that we can end the morning session, and we have to thanks the team again and the juries, the 3 juries always with us. So back to you, Atom.
Thank you, Ajanji. So that was all for the first sessions for today. Thank you for all the competing teams for your presentations. I think every team has done a really amazing job, so good luck. And thank you, Professor Stan, Professor Hessel, and Mr. Willie, and also Ajanji for giving comments for the competing teams. Coming up next, we will have research talk for roughly an hour. So the first topic is local preference for resilience, and the speaker is Smita Roy, an architect and lecturer at Department of Architecture from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. The second topic is about post-disaster landscape reforestation projects, and the speaker will be Kazuo Asahiro, an associate professor from Department of Environment Design from Kyushu University, Faculty of Design and Graduate School of Design. And the last topic of the session is COVID-19 screening or testing station by one of our staff, Dr. Martin Scott from Design and Planning Program, School of Architecture and Design, University of Technology, Hungary. And now I would like to introduce you, Dr. Shamnan Tirakas or Ajan Shun. He will take over my position from now on.
Thank you very much, Atom. Thank you. Welcome everyone for the session of our research talk. So there will be the floor for us to share our research and ideas amongst our beloved guests, to share the experience on the resilience projects that we did around the world. So Okay, so this is how we're gonna do. So each professor would talk and then give the lectures and some more like sharing experience. And then at the end, we could give a Q&A sessions. So if anyone has any ideas or any question to share and ask, you could also write your question on the chat box. And then I think we will look into that and we'll give the question to the speakers. Okay. So are you ready, Mr. Roy? Where are you? I didn't see you.
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, so you want to go? Are you ready?
Okay. May I share my screen now?
You want to share? Yes, yeah, we could hear you. You want to share your screen or you want to?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Greetings of the day, everyone. I am Shimita Roy, a lecturer at Department of Architecture, BUET. Currently, I am doing my master's in my department. Today, I am going to share with you my ongoing master's thesis proposal entitled Local Preference for Resilience, a comparative study of two waterlogged southwestern villages in Bhobodh, Bangladesh. Before going to the detail, the definition of waterlogging and the extent of waterlogging of the affected villages need to be determined. Technically, the waterlogging refers to a situation when the level of groundwater meets plant's root zone. In some localities, this may last for at least 3 months or may prolong up to 8 to 9 months or even become perennial. Here, the sketch shows the whole idea of waterlogging graphically. It intends to clear the concept how the ill plant engineering intervention, the polarization, leads to the catastrophic waterlogging problem. The region is a tidal wetland, and before the construction of permanent embankment, the area used to be flooded by the high tide twice a day in harmony with the lunar cycle. But after the construction of embankment, the area is being compartmentalized into folders, and the sedimentation took place in the river beds, causing a very rapid deposition on the river channels. This process ultimately raised the river beds, and in comparison to the adjacent lower lands, the bills, and the wetlands succeeded gradually over the years and become permanently waterlogged. And these folders also acts as a mode of transportation system and as a road actually. The waterlogging affects 144 villages of southwestern interior coastal region of Bangladesh, causing indescribable sufferings for at least 3 lakh villagers. It is reported that under the coastal embankment project, 2,000 miles long embankment, 780 sluice gates, and 92 folders are constructed effectively, enclosing most of the tidal wetlands within high embankments. Due to ill-planned structural interventions, prolonged and catastrophic waterlogging has been caused in 3 upazilas of Joshore, namely Monirampur, Keshapur, and Abhayanagar. Here you can see the river management system practiced in 3 significant historical periods of Bangladesh, and the transformation of indigenous river management system to the engineering interventions leading to the increased problems rather than the solution. Folders become a bane rather than a boon for the affected community. Here, the yellow colored dots indicate the periods before the polarization period, and the green colored dot indicates the periods after the polarization. The tides deposited silt on river beds and the sluices rather than the floodplains for more than 2 decades, and halting the natural flow of the rivers also. These sluices of the folder and in the consequences, a public protest in 1992 for the occurred for the benefit of the people. These interventions have led the area to be more waterlogged day by day. These are the 3 maps showing the increasing amount of waterlogging from 2006 to 2013. Here we are talking about two villages, the Pachbaria and the Bhavodeho. The two waterlogged villages alongside the same river, namely Mukteshwari, addressing the long-term waterlogging problem differently in terms of settlement formation and the livelihood pattern. This research actually aims to investigate the differential preferences on river flow management in transforming a settlement's resilient system. The photograph here shows the waterlogging scenario of 2016. This photo is captured by me, where you can see the school is being submerged in the water for a prolonged period. Here you can see a primary road is also being submerged. From 1973 to 2016, approximately more than 40,000 of hectares of land have been waterlogged. Affected people are taking emergency shelter on the elevated primary road of the waterlogged area. The discussed problem has an impact on rivers, settlement, and housing. Here, this research will focus on the impact of the problem on settlement and housing concerning the relationship with the river. Now, let's look into the resilient relationship between the settlement and the river of the study area. Because of some man-made interventions, the rivers started to decrease the flow, most of the canals, and have been dried out. After construction of Farakka Barrage, the Podma, the major river, actually a major river of Bangladesh, the Podma River is started to dry out within 2 years. As a result, the distributaries of this Podma River also act with line with this event, and the rivers and channels lost their natural flow and creates a lot of waterlogging. And the river we are talking about, the Mukteshwari, is also a distributaries of this major river, the Podma. Here, as being on the interior coastal area, the salinity level of the estuary area is high. The salts enter the inland through the rivers and channels, especially during the later part of the winter season, when the downstream flow of fresh water becomes very low. Because of these interventions, the navigability of few selected rivers have been reduced, and the rivers are sealed up and die. And Mukteshwari is one of the river actually. Here you can see the river condition of the river from the upper stream village, the Pachbaria village, where the river is still very wide and the flow is actually there. This new type of landscape allows settlement to grow beyond the topographic boundary. Where previously the river was the guiding element for the settlement formation, but after the folderization, the folder became the guiding element for the settlement formation. As mentioned previously, from 1990 to 1992, a public protest occurred to address the problem from the very root level and solve it accordingly. And finding no other alternatives, the waterlogged people went for the movement actually. And they formed a community at various levels and identified the true cause of the problem. They therefore decided to reintroduce a tidal flow into folder number 25. Here to see the circle portion. And in September 1992, they breached the folder in 4 different locations, and Bill Dakatia was again connected to the adjacent river. This success in draining out the water, it encourages the people to breach out to different bills, 2 different bills in locations, and connected the bills to the river, adjacent river flows and the canals also. Recently, the river excavation project has been taken, but the rate of the siltation is higher than the excavation rate. Additionally, the excavated soils are washed out again to the river during the rainy season, which consequently narrow down the width of the river also. This slide shows the comparative analysis of the settlement formation during and after the folderization period. This is a homestead which got affected in 2016. and this photo has been taken on 2020. Here you can see they still haven't overcome the loss of the waterlogging and repaired the house in 3 years because of the load taken in that period. To understand this river settlement relationship, the cluster adjacent to the river has been taken to be analyzed in both areas. Here you can see a typical homestead of Pachbaria village, the upper stream villages, which contains a living unit, a cowshed, poultry kitchen, outer kitchen for paddy, and gola, the rice storage, and an under construction permanent structure. Most interestingly, here the people have the intention to build a permanent structure when they are financially solvent, because to cope up the waterlogging scenario, obviously. And this is the under construction permanent structure in this homestead. It is also observed that affected households equally prioritize to save their livestock and build the plinth and wall of the cowshed with more permanent structures, permanent materials. And these are the homestays found in Pachbaria, other homestays found in Pachbaria villages. And the cluster pattern, homestead pattern found in the village, which is where I'm showing the plans. And this is the settlement pattern to be studied in the Bhabodaho area here, but with contrast with the previous village, here you can see they have most of the homestead owner here the permanent structure, because they are more than financially solvent than the upper stream village, the Pachbaria village. And these are the homestead found in Bhabodaho village, and here you can see a two-story permanent structure in this village. And here the other homestead with permanent built forms. And this is the fish markets which actually connect the villagers to the global economy with the shrimp cultivation, the grape. Now, if we look into the factors acting in the two different study areas leading to the transformation, we got the presence of engineering intervention prioritizing global economy. Here you can see the river condition, the two different river condition in the study areas. Here you can see the sluice gates on the river in Bhabodaho villages, and here you can see the natural flow of river and a bridge connection on the river of Pachbaria villages. And here you can see the contrast between the proper selection of livelihood in two different two study areas. Here you can see the shrimp dependency on aquaculture, and they actually contribute to the global economy, who is consequently develop the areas more than the Pachbaria village. And here you can see the agricultural community, and they actually contribute to the local economy. These engineering interventions, the folders in the context, to some extent leads to the long-term waterlogging problem in southwestern coastal region of Bangladesh. And that causes settlement and livelihood transformation, and the local people are setting some preferences on river flow management in two different villages alongside the same river. After studying all these factors leading to the vulnerability context of the study area, the research question has been formulated, which is what considerations have led the Bhabodaho and Pachbaria villages addressing differently the long-term waterlogging problem. The probable outcome of the research will be a comparative profile of local preferences between two waterlogged villages of Bangladesh. Will be sought through a field work by looking into technical interventions, economic output, land use, settlement formation, and livelihood pattern of the backdrop of climate change. The key questions then lead to three sub-questions, which has been stated in this slide. And these sub-questions have led to three objectives, which are to investigate the influencing factors in the background of long-term waterlogging problem of the settlement, to explore the role of influencing factors in transforming settlement's resilience system in terms of climate change, to investigate local preference in resilience considerations, technical interventions, economic input, land use, livelihood pattern, housing and settlement formation, and geographic and hydrological location of two separate waterlogged southwestern villages. These are the three objectives along with the aim of sustainable relationship between rural settlement and the river. And these are the framework for collecting the data and the means of analysis. These slides illustrate the flow chart of my research progress. So far, I have completed the first two phases, which is the theoretical framework draft, actually, the theoretical framework preparation, and the second literature study, archival research, and site survey. These are the references I have used for this presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Rita. Okay, so we will give you a Q&A session later after we finish all the speakers. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So the next speaker is Professor Asahiro. I think he would like to show the video clips that he has been recorded and send it to us. Could our staff play the video for him?
Thank you. Okay. Hi. It is much appreciated giving me this research talk opportunity by KMUTT and the DRIA committee. My name is Kazuo Asahiro. My specialty is landscape conservation. So now I'd like to share my slide. Give me a few seconds. It's okay. It was much appreciated to join DRIA 2019 at National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan. It was a fruitful experience for us. My Kyushu University is sited Fukuoka City, north part of Kyushu Island in Japan. Our campus is School and Graduate School of Design, which composed 5 courses: Environment, Industrial, Media, Acoustic, and Future Design. The name of my laboratory I organize is Landscape Conservation Laboratory. The concept of conservation in conservation of green spaces is sometimes explained in the United Kingdom as being like raising children, taking care of nature or children. That is not standing back and simply letting things happen. Means to take a hands-on, eyes-on approach to nurturing or maintaining relationships. Such attitude and behaviors are necessary for families, for communities to share healthy lifestyle, to share time and space with nature in a sustainable manner. On this research talk on DRIA, I'd like to give a brief talk about several topics I've done in these years. First topic is my research background. Second one is collaboration works with foreign universities. And third is post-disaster landscape reforestation project, especially by planting broadleaf tree for villager gathering. In my college year in Kyushu Institute of Design, I've learned not only architecture, urban planning, but natural environment design from landscape architect in USA. After short working as an urban design consultant, then returned to this school as the assistant researcher. Professor Shigematsu, who brought me back to the university, was a specialist in countryside conservation. This is a photo in 1997 to conserve depopulated farming village. It's a step paddy landscape We have carried out conservation holiday, cooperate with British Trust for Conservation Volunteer. This activity continued for 13 years until 2010, involving local and city people in forest management and footpath building. Our research covers a wide range of topics. For example, in a coniferous plantation forest which had been damaged by typhoon disaster, we cut down a 15-meter square area and planted broadleaf trees to develop and study small forestation activities with local NPO. In Bangladesh, led by my colleague Dr. Masakazu Tani, a cultural anthropologist, we've been conducting research on livelihood and deforestation in the Teknaf Peninsula since 2012. And in 2019, we published Deforestation in the Teknaf Peninsula of Bangladesh from Springer. Now I'm planning to conduct a typology study of homestead gardens in Teknaf until 2023. In 2012, torrential rains had hit the farming village where we've been concerned. We were able to carry out volunteer for agriculture that are seldom seen in Japan, because we had experienced conservation volunteers before. The know-how, people networks, equipment, and facilities so on. It's able to say that usual volunteer works becomes the preparation for disaster and its resiliency. Later on, I published a handbook for volunteer coordinators on agriculture. Now this activity has been conducted every disaster afterward in each of local stakeholders, especially in Kyushu Island in Japan. In these years, I've coordinated several workshops on disaster sites, inviting partner university scholars and student teams. First one is the Landscape Restoration Design Workshop with DI, Technological and Higher Education Institute of Hong Kong in 2018. We are able to share with restoration image with villagers. However, this area is still having difficulties on reconstruction planning as a communities yet. Second one is the Master Degree Dissertation Research with the Master of Landscape Architecture of NUS, National University of Singapore in 2018. We've been focused on a change approach, coupled human and natural system frameworks. Change frameworks are conceptualizing the social process. These are warranted to identify where and how people are more vulnerable, and where resources can be leveraged to enhance adaptation and resiliency. This research carried out mainly by Jessica Ann. Third workshop is also collaboration with NUS, Design Studio of Masters of Architecture. Its topic was Hyper Project in Disaster Site. It was led by Tsuto Sakamoto. Today, I'd like to introduce post-disaster landscape restoration by planting trees for landscape recovery in Hiraenoki village. In 2017, the torrential rain hit this. Hiraenoki mountainous village. It was affected 50% of villagers out. In order to preserve the village, the Recovery Villagers Committee began planning making the flower tree spot for villagers gathering. The university was asked to provide support, and I'm in charge of planning and designing the entire project and supporting the activities. We have participated to the committee meeting, festival, and research. The criteria to select 3 species were native, fit with climate zone, and leaf color and flower, such as cherry blossoms, ginkgo, dogwood, maple trees, azaleas, and hydrangea. Ginkgo, which has strong root cohesion, we expect it to prevent landslide in the future. We also handmade explanation panel with stainless steel frameworks in our workshop. We mentioned on panel this village history, culture, disaster damage, and these recovery activities. Last March, a tree planting ceremony was held with the participation of villagers and elementary school children. Listen to the songs and were written for this event and performed by local children. Showtime. So, in this future, we are going to continue this activity. Our lab are planning measure the growth of tree and take aerial photographs using drone to digitize the change of landscape from season to season, year to year. If you ever come to Japan, I'm very glad to guide these areas. Let's collaborate together to make resiliency of communities and the natural environment after disaster. Thanks for listening. I'd like to end my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So next speaker is our colleague from KMUTT, Dr. Martin. So are you ready? Hello, Martin. You mute your mic now.
Yeah, okay, here I am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you for giving me this chance to speak at the research talk. I just like to introduce myself. I'm a professor at the School of Architecture and Design at King Mongkut University. I have background as an architect. I kind of specialize in sustainable building. I have been doing some work as a research project in Thailand together with the German Sustainable Building Organization, where we try to introduce the German system in a development for a single house developer here in Thailand, and we kind of assessed this building and certified it. I did that together with some colleagues, one from the engineering department at KMUTT and also a colleague of mine at the SOAD, Ajahn Sanari. And this is a bit of the core work that I'm doing. And again, like right now, I'm working on a project together with the Ministry of Energy in Cambodia to do a similar thing, to work on developing sustainable guidelines and certification system for Cambodia. But this is actually not what I'm like to talk about today. I like to talk about something that is quite unexpected, and that has something to do with the pandemic. And I have to apologize because obviously this was a very good opportunity at DRIA to get away from the pandemic and to look at projects that have nothing to do with the pandemic. And now I'm here coming back, starting to talk about it again. But this is something that occupied me and my colleague for about the last 2 years, where we kind of like were forced to stay at home because of the lockdowns here in Thailand, and then started to think about like what is our role in this, and how we can actually contribute to the pandemic. So I think similar to every country, you have waves of infection rates going up and down, and we started to ask ourselves what we can do as designers to support healthcare workers in Thailand and kind of like try to help reduce the stress. At that time, the only way to kind of like work was to do screening, to kind of like control the numbers and get an idea on the numbers of infections. So we came up with the understanding that to support healthcare workers, we want to look at how you can support safe screening and sampling for patients under investigation. That's how the term is used here in Thailand. And then how we can kind of like add to hospitals who actually are in the trouble that everyone who thinks has an infection was walking into the hospitals. So our idea was to find some flexible solution in terms of location adaptation, and eventually some modular design. What I'm going to show you are 2 design approaches, and you will basically see some idea of the development. Everything started actually with kind of like seeing how other countries did it. That's an example, I think, from South Korea. We also had some examples from China, where one of the first things was that hospital realized they have to kind of like separate the approach for taking samples to an outside facility. Do not let get people into the hospital to distract and disturb general operations. And most of them were impromptu solutions. So this is the first one that you see, actually a rather good one, where you have a tent structure and then you have single cabins where individual can then be tested. And of course, there were also already some ideas in Thailand. The one on the left that you see is actually from a university hospital, where still the approach was to let people get into the building and then try to have a safe testing by using negative air pressure, trying not to let the virus spread in the interiors, as well as you see an outdoor solution where healthcare workers were operating outside in healthcare hazmat suits to take samples. Both have their problems. Again, like the one on the left, you still need to get into the hospital. The one on the right, you actually see this is a solution, doesn't work in the tropical climate at all. People were exhausted very fast and basically like could not operate for a very long time in these suits. So we try to find some idea where we maybe have a modular solution that can be multiplied depending on the demand, where healthcare workers operate from a cabin, but still in a semi-outdoor environment, meaning like this could be under a roof or this could be within a tent. And then being modular, this could be multiplied. And the patients would be approaching from outside, so there would be a spatial separation. And in order to test it, we decided let's build a prototype. So here you see a 2-module version. again, like the main intention here was to provide safety to the healthcare workers. So we actually added like a positive pressure, air pressure system. We added the air conditioning system, and we also ensured that the air that is coming in is safe. So we had a HEPA filter system integrated. Here you see the air conditioning system provided as an attachment outside. The idea of the modular system would be that they can be expanded based on the amount of modules that are being built. After this prototype, so here you see some key features. We had pressure flaps. So if we build up air pressure inside the modules, they can be released to the back to keep the air pressure under control. And again, like these modules have been designed to fit onto trucks, so they can be delivered to healthcare facilities in the countryside. The second solution is a development from that. In Thailand, you have like a screening approach where not everyone is being tested, but you have to be investigated first whether you actually apply for testing. This was an approach by the government to kind of like control the amounts and to limit the amounts of testing based on shortages of testing on laboratories. This is still practiced today. And again, another aspect was that not everyone is Thai, especially hospitals in the countryside deal with an influx of neighboring countries who also come and require for testing. So we started to develop some pictograms as well as some numbers to ease the process of screening. These modules also have been built and erected next to a hospital in Mae Hong Son, which is a border town to Myanmar, very close to the border. And here you see it being built right next to the hospital. The idea here is not only to build a COVID screening station, but because of the investment that is being taken, also to later facilitate the unit as being a treatment station that can be used for tuberculosis treatment, some sickness that is still very prevalent in the countryside. And also this installation here is very close to the radiology department, where actually X-rays can be taken and possible patients can be taken into the hospital from the backside. The testing capability here was tested right after installation. There were 800 to 1,000 people coming to this testing station within one day. So they are very highly frequented these days. And you see how this works. We actually also, to make sure that this facility is safe, we started to certify that the interior spaces are safe for healthcare workers. We did the clean room performance test. Clean room performance test is similar to laboratories in hospitals. Still, there are very many examples here in Thailand where phone booths are being used, and we also have been approached for that. So we have been approached by a phone company here in Thailand, TOT, which has a very high stock on these phone booths that have been decommissioned. And you see some examples how the first ones are being used. The problem here is that they don't easily apply like they may be in a more moderate climate. You see a solution here from the left from, again, I think South Korea. The problem here is they overheat and people are exhausted very quick. So we try to solve that problem too. There are two design solutions. One, I would say this is a little bit over-designed, where we combine phone booths together, one for the patient, one for the healthcare worker, and then they enter from opposite sides. And again, like we have an air treatment foreseen for those phone booths, so the healthcare worker can operate long-term. There is an air conditioning system combined with an air pressure system and a filtering system, a HEPA filtering system. This is again, a little bit over design, obviously. The next solution that we come up with is much simpler. But actually they work quite well. And the facilities that these units have been delivered to, they are very happy because, again, like the healthcare workers feel much safer in conducting the sampling process. That's how they look like. Again, because of the screening process involved, not every unit is just for sample taking. Some are basically for treatment or for, it's called investigation. It's an interview with the patients. And this is how it is done almost all over the country. It's done in the outside. Healthcare facilities like simple primary care units, they actually bring the patients inside, and because outside is too hot and people cannot work throughout the day in these hazmat suits or in these PPEs. And then some, as I say, some of these cabins already exist. They have some problems with, because they are impromptu solutions, they decay very quick. And also like there is no air treatment. That's the delivery of the phone booth stations. There's a second design solution for the phone booth solution. I think one of the major differences here is actually that we try to integrate the technical aspect of air filtering and air conditioning. We did this together with the Institute of Field Robotics here at KMUTT. So they helped us with their workshop and actually building and transformation this. Right now we do a study on circular economy, whether this is actually this reuse of these phone booths makes sense. So we take a closer look at the investment, how expensive they are. We take a closer look at the materials that need to be replaced in comparison to a station of a similar size, just newly built. And we take a look at the carbon footprint. So I'm very much looking forward to get the result on this. And this is how they are being used nowadays. And I think this is the last picture. A very unexpected approach to design because of the pandemic. But again, like I'm quite happy to show this today because that's, I think, one very good example of how to respond to crisis moments and how you can help other institutions and facilities with your knowledge in design and planning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Martin. Very interesting. I also have witnessed the designs and also how it delivery to the site. Okay, thank you very much for the speakers. Now it's time for the Q&A session. So is there any question from the floor? You could also write the question to the chat box, and then I will share the question to the speakers. Okay, the question is coming. Okay, I got a first question for Smita from Anuband. So the question is, what do you think that your research gives any hint on how political leadership influence the opinions of people in addressing resilient issues?
Okay, surely from my site investigation, it is clear that the political decision makers are manipulating the preference for resilience for their own good to some extent. And in the villages like Bhabodaho, the villages also manipulate the river flow for their economic benefit also, which is causing an impact on the upper stream villages like Pachbaria. As you have seen in my presentation, sure, I'm trying to address the influencing factor, political factor influencing the resilience preference in a positive way. Definitely. Okay. Thank you for your questions. Okay. I think I'm covering your answer.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and another question for Professor Asihiro from Anuban too. Could you please elaborate a bit more about your works in the area of the political ecologies?
Yeah, which study said that in Bangladesh Teknaf Peninsula, I'm researching in this 8 year about deforestation. So it's because the deforestation quite related with the local people way of life to consuming the firewood. They collecting the those wood from national forest. But it's not only the people lifestyle, but it's related with the local government activity and positioning of the regional site. For example, local government tried to establish the social forestry to collaborate with local people. On the other hand, those trees sometimes stolen by another village person. So it's quite related, slightly power balance in the region. In Japan, the lot of torrential rain disaster will happen. We try to support and propose the planning how to recover the village, but quite difficult to communicate with local government because for them, of course, scholar relation is very helpful, but on the other hand, the progress becomes delayed by our communication because as our scholar said, many things, why don't we make more ecologically friendly bank or road or something? But it's quite difficult point about the communication. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, another question for you as well, Professor Asahiro, from Professor Mano. A new research into the ecologies and natural science has been bringing out the importance of the natural disasters. As an instance, for nature to revive natural ecosystem, in the light of this revelations, how the post-disaster landscape restoration could be relooked at, and would like to know your opinions.
Yeah, it's quite difficult point. So I mentioned the recovery of landslide, road, bridge tend to use very hardware, the concrete, quite hard construction was used because of its quick and very durable for future things. But on the other hand, we need to reduce such a hard construction because of budget or future economical reason, and of course, ecological point. To achieve those future perspective, for example, in Japan, mountainous forestry, most land covered artificial forest by cedar and cypress, but we need to change to broad-leaved mixed forest and need more undershrub trees. So, but those ecological perspective and those restoration, reconstruction policy, it is very difficult to teamwork, making teamwork. So that's our task to overcome at the political point.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I have one of my own, maybe to Martin. just wondering, like after you have been delivery or the boot, so do you have any chance to maybe like go back and kind of like do the post-occupation test and see how it works and what is the response from the users?
Yes, We have been doing a post-implementation review for the larger station, and we are in contact with both hospitals. So there has been a huge improvement between the first prototype, and then the second one, the larger one, in order to optimize its site, allow for more people getting in and operating from inside, as well as having some kind of like operable windows to reach through some equipment and so on. So we are in contact with them. We receive a lot of appreciation. We also see how things don't work. For example, like there is a shortage in these gloves, so they just open up the windows, the holes that we prepared for them, and they just operate from there. It's still a working solution because of the air pressure, and there is sufficient amount of air pressure, so there's a constant flow of air getting from inside to the outside. So in this way, there is some sense of protection. And for the smaller stations, we also have feedback that there is a lot of appreciation from their side, because these primary care units, they have a very high influx of people needing to get tested, especially when some of the villagers or the districts individuals are being infected. Then actually this is a little bit like it increases the amount of people that are actually under survey or under observation. So they all have to come too. So there is right now a very large amount of people and a very large shortage. Actually, what we also receive is a lot of primary care units asking for this small phone booth installations, and that's another issue that need to be solved, because the university cannot deliver them all in short time or provide for them. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Okay, I have another coming questions to Professor Asahiro from Mr. Batter. He said, I have been to Yoshino Mountain in Nara Prefecture. I have seen how the process of the forestry for the purpose of sustainable carpentry works in Japan. How do you imagine a healthy collaboration happening between these forest initiatives and university-related initiatives? What are some of the hurdles that one would encounter with that?
Yeah, thank you for it. It's a very important point. In Japanese tradition, forestry faced quite difficulty because of architectural structure have been changed with the structure to RC and steel framework. So, and Japanese forest labor cost is very high. So wood price very competitive. So those forestry struggling very much in these several decades. But on the other hand, so now is the harvesting time in Japan. Those cedar, it's become 50 or 60 years. So now, so those collaboration with the architecture department, scholar and student, or several private company, it is very important to, so for example, architect Kengo Kuma or Ito Toyo, they made a lot of good wood structure architect, and we are able to so elaborate or making more new model to use those Japanese traditional wood. So those collaboration were needed, I think, in the future to overcome this issue.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have still have some more times, and it's another question from the floors, from I would say Ms. Midrola to Professor Asahiro. So she would like to know a little bit more of the involvement of the local communities and volunteers. Are they involved also in the design process?
Yeah, it's quite a difficult point. So Japanese society based on the traditional farming community. So community is very strong and very closed. So, but on the other hand, volunteer activity is needed from out making relation because the local people difficulty have depopulation and aging issue. So it's a quite new difficulty for our Japanese society. So we'd like to joining at the planning and the designing process to making more new design or future society. But the communication is quite difficult sometimes. So volunteer, so purely support activity, local people welcome to join such a thing. So it's a volunteer work is a good hook to make relation. So we thought it's a first step to build up the relation in the future, and maybe on that beyond, we are able to join the planning process with local people.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I could see that we still have some more time maybe for the last questions. Is anyone would like to share ideas or asking questions from the floor? Okay. Okay, probably no more questions. Okay. I actually has been myself that I graduated from Kyoto Institute of Technologies. I also somehow see my professor as a foreign student. I could not involve much with the process, but I could tell that it's very important that the communities and students and volunteers are helping each other to achieve the projects, because our labs, Professor Suzuki also working a lot with the community in Osaka and also in Kyoto. I could see that the collaboration is very strong, but of course I think like what Professor said, that the volunteer or the students are the main points where they are the main active person to integrated the ideas and sort things out. Thank you very much. Okay, if no more from the floor and no more questions, I think it's about time that we would like to move on to the session for the student competitions. Thank you very much for the audience, and thank you very much for the speakers. This has it's been very fruitful times, knowing the issues that everybody is doing, and I think it's a good chance for us to share. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to Atam, our MC today.
Thank you, Ajahn Shun. So thank you all the speakers, Mr. Roy, Kazuo, Asahiro, and Dr. Martin for taking your time to share your experience with us. Before we move on to the last session today, I would like to remind the competing teams again that you will have 15 minutes to present and 15 minutes for Q&A sessions. In this part, Dr. Martin, who were with us during the research talk, will also help me during the competition presentation too. So the first team, please welcome Vivekanand Institute of Technologies, PVP College of Architecture from India. Under the title of work is Cultivating Naga, Strengthening the Roots. Are you ready?
Yes, we are ready. I'll present. Thank you for the introduction. Hello everyone. We, the team of PVP COA from India, along with our supervisors, are glad to be here with you all today. Our proposal for designing resilience in Asia 2021, entitled as Cultivating Naga, Strengthening the Roots, offers a comprehensive approach by considering agriculture, which is deeply rooted in the spirit of Naga city. It focuses on the root cause of Naga's problems, enabling a step-by-step process in developing city at a larger level. By the end of the presentation, it will help one understand how, through united efforts, we can make Naga truly resilient by 2050. Without further ado, let's begin with the presentation. Sneha, you need to share the voice also.
Okay, I believe you have some sound to your video. Can you try to fix it? We can wait.
Yes. Sorry. I'll start once.
The city of Naga is Philippines' third oldest royal city. The story starts in 1573 with the community migration, where life was centered around agriculture. With time, agriculture flourished, but the social and natural changes led it to declination, giving opportunities to secondary occupation. So, the city with a strong rural background changed faces to urban. The expected rise in population is 5.5 lakh with a rate of 2.9%. But here, the population growth is not the major concern. Rather, haphazard urban sprawl, consuming more of horizontal land and taking up agriculture fields. The social life of Naga is strongly influenced by progress and development of people and city in general, leading to rapid urbanization, because of which the nature is moving away. Naga city is prone to typhoon, which brings heavy rain and strong winds, causing frequent flash floods, which is expected to rise in coming 20 years, affecting a larger portion in city area. With all such inevitable changes happening constantly, the impact would increase by 36%. With the increasing impact of natural calamities such as flash floods, typhoons, heavy rainfall, soil erosion, and liquefaction, the concern of resilience comes into picture. To which the most common response would be shifting the affected community to a new location. After a long time consuming process, very less would be achieved. Our design proposal considers the built form regions of city which are characterized by vast size and high human density, with little or no room left for nature to thrive, making them more vulnerable to natural calamities, and how agriculture benefits by maintaining the soil quality and preserving water, thereby assuring resiliency towards natural calamities. Hence, developing settlements that conserve the character of rural community without sacrificing on facilities to be inherently urban in character. Thus, by strengthening, shaping, and formulating the current practices, this enhanced agriculture would be used as a tool to achieve resilience, which implies increased adaptive capacity, improved ability to address and reduce risk, and improved social condition of vulnerable population. Based on the impact of natural calamities, this idea divides Naga city into urban core zone, Rurban 1, Rurban 2, and forest zone. Hence, resilience could be achieved by proposing sky farm, terrace and community farms, and recreational spaces in urban core zone, which is more concerned with frequent flash floods. Hence, increasing green spaces would help reduce stormwater runoff. Wetlands, paddy fields, fish farming, and typhoon-resilient native species plantation in urban areas, which concerns mostly with soil erosion and typhoons. Hence, increasing water retention areas and proposing diverse plantation would absorb the flood water and act as wind barrier, and thereby protecting the forest zone. To demonstrate our idea of agriculture as a tool, we are implementing this intervention in the city of Naga. The site for urban intervention is located to the west of Naga city, which can be seen as an excellent opportunity for considering the effects of terrace farming on stormwater runoff, especially crucial when considering the accessible flat terraces as an ideal potential. Introducing percolation ponds, community farms, and recreational areas to absorb the shock of heavy rainfall and flash floods. The bigger goal of this plan is to establish the concept of sky farm, which would be the initial of urban intervention in urban core area. It was initiated in response to absorbing the shock of natural calamities, where urban area was dominated by built form. Sky farm was thought as an alternative to traditional farming and was designed to ensure less surface area exposed to the weather outside, where the advanced technology-based agriculture, namely the aeroponics and the hydroponics, would be introduced. The hyperboloid form of the tower enables it to be easily scaled. Its geometry can also be adapted depending on the terrain and the amount of sunlight available. The water tank collects the rainwater, whereas the wind turbine converts the kinetic energy into electrical energy, thus absorbing the shock of heavy rainfall by reducing the stormwater runoff and that of storm wind. It functions as community centers during non-flood days and as evacuation centers on flood days. Coverways functioning as escape way, linking the neighborhood into a high-risk flood zone to their nearest sky farm. Bamboo as a principal material would ensure a good tensile strength. Being a temporary part of the infrastructure assures easy installation at the alarm of natural calamities. Further, the urban area can be intervened by considering the existing stream for proposed development, increasing the water surface area to slow down the stormwater, and for collecting flood and rainwater by constructing wetlands. Strategic bamboo farming along the riverine prevents soil loss and acts as buffer in reducing the speed of storm winds. Increasing paddy field gives excellent opportunity for collecting and holding rainwater along with extensive fish farming. The selected site is scalable as well as replicable in urban settlements and assures high amount of resiliency. Further, along the urban too, ideas of constructing wetlands and increasing bamboo plantation and other typhoon-resilient native species plantation along the riverine absorbs the shock of flood water and heavy rains. Comparatively, the effectiveness of wetland can be understood as they reduce the severity of downstream flooding and erosion during the flood days. Agriculture, thus contributing in reducing the carbon emission. In case of bamboo plantation, it potentially acts as valuable carbon absorbers, where 1 hectare of bamboo absorbs about 17 tons of carbon per year. Wetlands having the potential to absorb large amounts of carbon dioxide with a total of 32%. In case of fish and rice cultivation system, the methane emission is 34.6% less. Hence, our proposal could be conceptualized by intervening various interventions at different scales in urban and in rural areas. Therefore, our proposed landscape plan for the city would take into consideration the river and the natural stream along with the constructed wetlands, different shades of grey for the urban areas, shades of green for urban areas, denoting rich landscape with agricultural practices, and the proposed interventions of sky farm and bamboo plantation and paddy fields with its replicability in the whole Naga city. Hence, sky farm, terrace and community farms, paddy fields, constructed wetlands and bamboo plantation collectively helps to absorb the shock of various natural disasters. If we consider the efficiency of interventions in mitigating the ill effects of calamities, sky farm assures more in case of heavy rains than that of flash floods, typhoons and liquefaction. attraction, terrace and community farms in case of flash floods and heavy rainfall. Paddy field shows more efficiency in case of flash floods and heavy rainfall than soil erosion. Bamboo and native species plantation in case of typhoons and soil erosion. Constructing wetlands and river and passive greens is effective in flash floods, heavy rainfall and soil erosion. And the forest area in case of typhoon and heavy rainfall. Overall, our design proposal helps to achieve resilience, particularly in flash floods and heavy rainfall, and moderately in case of typhoon and soil erosion. These interventions blends seamlessly into the city of Naga, which eventually helps to minimize the discharge into Naga River, proving as a clarion call to the citizens of Naga City to get involved in putting words to action for a better, new resilient Naga City Agriculture 2050.
That concludes our presentation. However, I'd like to summarize the larger aim of the project, which is to achieve resilience. Naga, as Naga Agriculture 2050, will be a model for its efficiency in mitigating the ill effects of natural calamity with the help of agriculture. And that reminds me of the famous words of Nelson Mandela: the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. And this brings us to the end of the presentation. We sincerely appreciate that we have had this opportunity to present today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to open the floor for our jury members to raise questions and comments on it. Who would like to begin? And may I ask whether you all got refreshed and are back? Laura, Sand, and Willie, are you all here?
Thank you, Martin.
Okay, all right, thank you. Laura, can you please start?
Well, thank you for this presentation. I liked the very beginning because you were the only group that started talking about the kind of historic development, also the urban pattern, to see how the city spread and how, you know, it spread in the natural system. It's good that you worked all along this case, and like we said also before, this theme of the agricultural partners and rice fields. You introduced the fish farming. It's very nice as a theme. Probably also for water retention. You know, it does have a meaning, and also for the economic part. Probably what surprised me a little bit was the idea of the sky farms, high-tech technology in the city center. I wonder, these kind of technologies are done in places where there is you know, a kind of very advanced technology, I would say, where there's a lack of space. Whereas over here you have an agricultural land that can be used to produce food. So I wonder, why did you decide on this solution? What was the reason behind this choice?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. I would like to elaborate, but considering that Sky Farm, as we have thought it had more it provided more opportunity in terms of achieving resilience into the city core area. Like, there is concern of where it absorbs the shocks of various natural disasters, and it would act probably as an evacuation center too. The point that you have noted was of the advanced technology, but Sky Farm, it would show the future of what agriculture could be, like practicing hydroponics and aeroponics would enable that and create more opportunities in terms of green collar jobs for the people of the affected community therein.
Probably my audio was a kind of, I didn't understand completely, but what actually, you know, for sure it works. I don't mention about, you know, how the system works, but probably if you have to produce, you know, food, why do you need hydroponics here? This is probably what I misunderstood, maybe.
Yes, ma'am. I'll take this question. As you rightly mentioned that there is a land available for agriculture, but here considering the factor of liquefaction in this area, the agriculture would lead to more liquefaction in urban core areas specifically. So we are intervention is about controlled agriculture, and also we are proposing, we are integrating several things in absorbing shocks through sky farms, which are the evacuation centers, the markets, and the controlled agriculture, which will be suited for the city core area especially, and the energy generation will help the sky farm specifically to run for the city core area.
Okay, thank you. A second question, maybe with regard to the fish farming, are very typical in this site? Also because think about that fish farming is actually very polluting. There are some systems in which you can combine the fish farming with the wetland system. I wonder if there is already an existing situation here in Naga.
Yes, there are some practices that there are mostly the practices of fish farming in paddy fields. They are mostly integrated together, and but as we are promoting the paddy fields more, we are also introducing the more fish farming, so it could mostly hold the water retention purposes solved, and also the biodiversity is being taken care of. So because of fish farming, the biodiversity of that area is also flourished.
Yeah, but there are usually, you know, it's a kind of polluting in terms of the water quality. Maybe to study more in detail, you know, the system and how it works, and maybe how we can combine different systems also to reuse it as fertilizers. I don't know, you can think maybe a little bit more about the system. It would have been added something to your project, I think. But thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. May I ask Willie?
Yes, Martin. Thank you to the group for this presentation. Let me follow up on the question raised by Laura in regard to the sky farm. From what I saw, it's a 5-story structure. It's almost as tall as the condominium being built nearby. May I know why there has to be such a configuration there? I understand the need for integrating or establishing a multi-purpose structure, combining evacuation center together with aquaponics and hydroponics and aeroponics. But it sticks out like a sore thumb in so far as the skyline of the city is concerned. Probably more justification or more explanation as to why that is being constructed that way.
Yes, sir. The sky farm is more of an idea of the integration of the functions that we are looking at, but it is more of a scalable and replicable over the city. And as we have considered here, we have considered a particular neighborhood, and then calculating the needs of that neighborhood, they have come to this form and this height of the building. But certainly this height could be catered in differently in different neighborhoods, and as per the needs of the community. So basically our idea is of integrating these. We are not yet finalized on the particular height of it. So it's basically a scalable as per the neighborhoods.
And more to that, I would like to add would be the our aspect of combining evacuation centers with the sky farm would be that here during the time of flash floods or heavy rainfall, where the community needs to be evacuated, the center would be as a wholesome and would provide them with the basic food security and the electric supply. So that would be a shelter for them for the during the entire flood period.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, yeah, thank you. May I ask Zan to also comment?
Hi. I almost have a Willy question for you. I suppose there's one image. You have 6 episodes, and you have a chart which rates them in terms of how they, what they actually do. How they. No, it's the one later on. I mean, it's, yes, this one. I've sort of, some things deal with, natural calamities. And so I suppose my question is that, is this a system? Do you need all of them? And, are you trying to solve, I suppose what you're trying to achieve in the accumulation of all of these 6 episodes? So are you going to be able to deal with all the water, or a considerable amount of agricultural production? And then the Willy part of the question, like, do you need them all? Is there a system? And then the Willy part of the question would be, is if you could only afford one, Naga could only afford one, what do you think is the most crucial one of these episodes? Is that clear? Do you know what I'm asking?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to answer that question. So here, what our interventions are about one system that would run for the betterment of Naga city. So right, as we know about the terrain of the city, considering the flow of water right from the east to the western side. So paddy fields would be holding a major capacity to in holding the rainwater and the storm water as well. So unlike agriculture is the basic economy of the citizens of Naga, so that would help them. So that would help them. That would help us to get the community participation, and it would be an effective way to build the resilience. And moreover, like people are skilled into agriculture, so if guided them in a proper direction, it would be a win-win situation for all of us. And regarding the question, like what would be the most effective one? So considering urban core areas, sky farm would be the most effective one, and into the urban areas, the wetlands and the paddy fields would prove to be having major efficiency in mitigating the ill effects of calamities.
It was very hard to, the sound was very bad, I'm sorry. So basically you're sort of saying them all, you need them all, they all do different things.
Ma'am, may I add something?
Yeah,
please go ahead.
Yes, so the paddy fields and bamboo and native species plantations, we approach to them because they are easily available, and some of them are natural resources. Like we can see there are some wetlands already there in the rural parts. So implementing those in phases will be easy. And later on in the urban, so our main intervention, which is slightly related to the cost, is sky farms. But other than those, the other interventions can be easily done on a community level.
Because if I look at your last, I think it's your almost maybe number 56, because a lot of them have to do with how you deal with the river's edge along its length, aren't they? I'm trying to find a theme. Yes, this drawing sort of made me think of here's how you might deal with the edge of the river, which then would be that thing which ties it together. Was that an intention? Was that where the sky farms are a bit then the odd person out?
Yes, ma'am. The urban areas are connected, and the sky farms is right now they are specifically in the city core area. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a little bit of time, so I may add a little bit to the sky farms. When I look at them, they're a little bit like a monster to me. A monster can always have like a positive impact in the sense that they can provoke some change within the city. And I think we have a little bit of an example of such a thing already in Naga City, which is the market hall, which was one of the largest in Southeast Asia at some point. So maybe Willie can comment on that, like a little bit, like what was the impact of this market, this huge marketplace, and whether something like this could be also used to create or could be transformed in such a way that it can have a similar impact. I know it's a little bit out of the blue, but actually, as I try to say, there is something nice about these big alien buildings that can actually provoke some change.
Yeah, I get your point, Martin. I was only a kid when that was built. And I went to school in the city at the time that the market was, I think, at the height of its vitality. Right now, it's been overtaken by the malls of the private developers. Nevertheless, to some extent, I agree with you. The presence of the market actually consolidated economic activities in the city, provided vitality to the city. Unfortunately, I don't know how to put it. The way the sky farm is being constructed or organized with a 5-floor size, serving a catchment area of I think a little community. It doesn't even speak about serving the entire city, unlike the market, which actually served Naga and its neighboring towns. So it serves the purpose of providing food for I think a smaller segment of the community. Probably does not have the same scale or impact as that of the market. Probably it will be more acceptable if the sky farms are constructed in a much smaller scale, proportionate to the community it serves, and located in a decentralized manner, meaning to say there are certain communities that will be served by smaller sky farms like this, unlike one big sky farm serving this particular part of Naga City. Probably the submission in the detail provides that, but the way it's presented is the one that strikes me as something else.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And I would like to thank you, Vikanand Institute of Technology, for their presentation, and good luck. And I will invite the last team actually of this year's student competition to get ready, which is the Technical University of Munich. It's the first time that they are joining. As much as I understand, it's not the architecture or urban planning department. This is the Department for Research of Water, Maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit more before you actually start your presentation. Are you ready, Technical University of Munich?
Yes, I believe we are. I see some of my team members here. Let's see. Okay. Andre, are you here?
We can see you.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. So so to present us, we're a team of 8 students from the fields of sustainability management and environmental engineering. Here to present the Technical University of Munich at DRIA. We conducted our project based on the requirements for the competition as well as for the course Urban Water Energy Food Nexus Planning with Professor Daphne Kalman-Kornhalke, excuse me. In our proposal, we focus more on housing development, flood mitigation and prevention, as well as energy opportunities that can arise from our new construction project. Next slide. Yeah, so given, as I said, this was actually part of our course to submit to the DRIA and to also complete some requirements for the course. We developed key synergy opportunities and project concepts based on this sort of Excel sheet that you see here. This was pretty key for developing our ideas and keeping us on track. Our main focus is on flood mitigation, which we've explored through buffer zone construction and green retention areas, or green infrastructure methods termed sponge city methods. We found that turning the riverbank into an area of habitable recreation instead of flooding hazards can allow for housing projects to be implemented. These housing projects are flood and typhoon proof, affordable to vulnerable populations, and can be built in grid-like design to promote walkability and cyclability. The green infrastructure we've designed for flood mitigation allows the city to conserve energy through cooling and natural water retention, slow release of the water during times of high rainfall. These green infrastructure methods include green roofs, green walls, trees, and green spaces. Further, because of the new construction plans, we can implement solar panels on many of the roofs of the new housing. Next slide. So just to give an overview of the site that we decided to choose, which was not one that was provided to us by the DRIA. Our area of interest is on a parcel of land southwest of Naga City, covering 25 hectares, with an expected population of about 3,000. Yeah, as you can see, it's right along the river, and it's better to, we chose this area more to implement the idea of flood-proof housing that can replace some of the more vulnerable housing styles seen on the other side of the river. So I'm going to now let Andre take over for the next part, or Legging take over for the next part.
Hello. In water sector, we experiment with the concept of sponge city and water energy food nexus to solve the Naga city's flooding and wastewater issues. Now let's have a look at the sponge city. Sponge city, it refers to a city that can store and absorb and permit and purify, release the rainwater in an ecologically friendly way to reduce the flood risk. And it was first officially proposed in China and similar to the low impact development infrastructure and green infrastructure. According to the local situation, we proposed to build a green buffer zone that with recreational, educational, and flood risk management functions. In the pilot sites, we will implement various low impact development structure to reduce the surface runoff. And finally, we use the stormwater management model to simulate the sponge city effect. As we can see from the table 1, after construction of sponge city, the peak surface runoff declined a little bit. And now let's move to the wastewater issues. Instead of the septic tank system, a better water energy food nexus paradigm is using the wastewater to generate the energy, and the remaining sludge can be used as organic fertilizer in the urban agriculture. So for the specific measures, we propose to build an sewer network to separate the rainwater and wastewater, and a vacuum sewer system is a good idea because it collects the black water and green water separately, and the black water can transport it to the biogas plant to generate the biogas. Now let's have a look some of the results. Under the given assumptions that referring to other similar projects, we can see just over 55,000 cubic meter per year biogas can be produced from the black water, and about 200 cubic meter green water can be reused after simple treatment. Finally, for the biogas plant, it can consider to collect the food reduced from the restaurant, canteen, or collect other agricultural bioresources to expand its biogas yields. So next, let Andrew to introduce something about housing.
I will take over from here. So for the sites for resettlement, as you've seen, we've chosen this one site, but also considered the other 4 that were presented for the DRIA competition. All of these are close to previous informal settlements, already have a good infrastructure close by. A reduced risk of flooding and typhoon hazard is also our idea of sustainable building, and also the opportunity to move old stores to the new quarters, because in many informal settlements, we already have also the informal sector very strong, of course. So for the social housing, we will build between 2- and 4-story buildings at a height at about maximum 12 meters. It will be a combination of the bamboo concrete structure that we've seen on Wednesday with the Hilti Foundation and the Base Bahai, and also the CCRPH pilot house design from the Biscayne University. So we will have stores in the ground floors along the 2 main roads, and also, as you can see on the pictures, green facades, which we will talk about later on. So for the pilot site that we chose, we will have 120 stores, over 2,000 housing units for over 3,000 residents, all in all. So over here, as you can hopefully see in the top left picture, we will elevate the ground about 3.55 meters above the natural elevation, and then slope the area in 2 within these 3 terrace zones back to the natural elevation. On the right side, we can see the land use map for the baby blue areas on the left map. The little yellows, the little golden squares are private permaculture gardens that can be used by the individuals living there. And as you can tell by the colors, purple are multi-purpose areas, for example, for playgrounds or rain gardens, or also buildings like hospitals and schools. The orange on the left side are underground canals.
Hey, Andre?
Yes, I think we have lost Andre's voice, Andre's audio. So if maybe Andre can check one more time. If not, maybe ask the team to take over.
Sorry, Andre, your audio went off. Maybe you want to repeat just some of your last points?
Can you hear me now again?
Yeah.
Am I there? I'm sorry for the inconvenience. My microphone just went off. So basically, as you can tell by the colors here, these are also the different areas that we have assigned. Orange for the underground storage and underground canals, and dark blue for the water streams above ground, leading to the wetlands in the north, and ultimately to the water treatment facility. in the top left corner. Thank you. So now I'll hand over.
Thanks, Andrew. And I will take from stakeholder part. And from the power interest in grid, as you can see from the right corner, it resulted that the powerful stakeholders were international NGOs, Naga city government, local higher education institutions, informal settlers. And we decided to focus on the engagement of the informal settlers groups. Their willingness to collaboration can lead to the success of the project. A successful engagement will be reached through workshops and awareness campaigns to educate on and highlight the positive effects. However, to achieve the integrated urban planning and involvement by informal settlers on project realization, we decided to continue the project of urban farming started by the Department of Agriculture, BICO. And it will provide materials, tools, and training to make the project possible, and the implementation can be partly on the roofs of the pilot houses or the common spaces, and the great sourcing of training and community building, while incentivizing people to move in the pilot houses. And in the next slides, for the business opportunity, and based on the core concept of SDG 11, we aim to develop the community-based business in the designed neighborhood district. Thus, three possible solutions are proposed. First is to create the job opportunities for those who live nearby, especially informal settlers in economic disadvantages. Besides, females who are usually neglected will be considered to provide suitable jobs. Second is to formalize the informal economy. Though working as informal employees has lower prerequisites than getting a formal job and is the main income for those informal settlers. Formalization informal economy can ensure a more stable and fair working environment. And third is to support the local sustainable entrepreneurship, such as supporting the talented students from the local higher education institute to start their sustainable business in Naga City to better utilize the local resources. And by fostering community supporting entrepreneurship, creativity, and lifelong learning, we're looking forward to bringing the benefits to everyone. And you can take a further look at in the environmental assessment presented by my colleague Li Yu.
Thank you. In EA part, we mainly focus on the feasibility of implementing such smart city measures in Naga. With the green buildings part, green roof can reduce runoff by more than 75% during rainstorms. And the content of total organic carbon in these three organic matters is similar, but we think it's better to use the first two because they can be easily collected. And in addition, we think we also estimate the carbon dioxide reduction of green roofs in our planning area, and Naga can totally get more than 1,000 euros income each year. And we also estimate the biogas produced by sewage treatment. A German case shows that 2,000 people's sewage treatment can get 340,000 cubic meters of biogas a year. And reference 10 cubic meters of biogas can supply a domestic fuel with a household of 3 to 4 people. So it means the effective sewage treatment will help Naga to realize the possibility of clean energy utilization. Next slide shows what we assess for the solar energy. We have planned nearly 700 pilot houses with an average roof area of 62 square meters, and solar panels account for 36% of the roof area. And House A is designed to collect nearly 45,000 kilowatt-hour per square meter each year. And if we choose the design of House B, the solar radiation potential is greater than that of House A, then individual roof would be able to collect more than 125,000 kilowatt-hour per square meter annually. And that's all for the EA part. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so just to conclude, as a result of our collective efforts and research, I feel we've presented a different kind of solution to many of the issues in Naga City. The sponge city concept is relatively new as a natural engineering solution to flooding. which provides a lot of opportunity for interpretation, implementation, and design. With our specific concept and design, we've extended that definition in a practical and scientific way, which can be scaled at a small neighborhood block level to an entire district. The concept can also have implications for future research and application with cities that have similar problems to Naga City. And that is our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, right on time. Perfect. Thank you. May I ask Zen to start this session, please? No, then maybe we start with Willie, please.
Oh, I just turned my microphone on.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, I was talking without it. I've got a few sort of quick clarification questions, and then I might have a sort of a bigger question. With the drainage, and you go up 3.5 meters, as you said, in your plot, which does it drain in two directions or one direction? I just don't understand that little diagram down there in the lower left corner.
Yes, essentially, thanks for your question. The yellow arrows, I hope that's visible, they show in which direction the water flows wherever it hits the ground, coming from the top, essentially. So let's say for
one direction or two directions?
Essentially, it's one direction. One canal is in one direction. The canals either go, you know, we have small canals in the blue zones that lead to the larger ones, the larger arrows, and then ultimately leading to the left or the right side, depending on the elevation. But in this case, it's about the rainwater that it gets a direction. And of course, there will be some on the surface, but the technical part is, you could say, the orientation of the underground canals then, which are the orange ones, which are, yeah, in this diagram. I hope that answers the question.
You're literally raising the ground, aren't you?
Yes, yes. And
So,
the building
it's at the edge. Do you have a retaining wall that's more than 1 story tall, 3.5 meters tall?
On the western side, we have the green buffer zone that my colleague Wei Gung presented, which is on the same height. So it starts on the river side and then ramps up until these 3.55 meters. And just next to it, we have the roads and the normal living quarters that start also on this same height.
So I'm just sort of wondering how the system works at its edges. I mean, which leads into my next question, which hopefully is quick, is this the ideal size for a proposal like this? Because or is it part of should it be considered as part of a much bigger system? Like, I'm just sort of wondering, would you build something of this size? Is that ideal, or is it your research based on something that's got a much bigger footprint?
I mean, for the green buffer zone, it's usually a much longer strip. So maybe Wei Gung can also add to this, but the longer it is, the better. And implementations from China are many, many kilometers long. So this would also benefit if this would just be, you know, other sites similar to this would come just next to it.
Okay, so it should be, ideally, it would be a much bigger piece of land.
Yes, yes.
Yes, because especially for the green buffer zone, the longer the better, because but the length cannot be too long because it will be cost too much money. So we just propose this length along our pilot site, and according to the local situation, the later the government can consider that to extend the length of the green buffer zone.
I suppose the question, the bigger question I have, other than these clarification ones, is that how do you think of it as in context? Because to me, it's you know, it seems very different from the rest of Naga. You know, it's very odd person out. And what do you think about that in terms of the appropriateness? Because you've given a complete package, haven't you? So, you know, it's not, it doesn't integrate. It's just sort of landed on the site. Is that an issue or a problem, or how do you see it relating to what's around it?
It probably would be an issue and a problem. So for our course, I should also clarify this, we kind of had to come up with a sort of new engineering solution that we felt could fit possibly, but we also don't have all of the sort of intel on the ground for how the local community would react or anything like that. So definitely an assessment of how the stakeholders would actually react to this is essential. If they say no, then by no means is this practical. I guess we just wanted to present something sort of new and maybe a little innovative, but it probably, yeah, I imagine it doesn't look like anything that's there.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question from the team?
Mm-hmm.
Please go ahead, Willie.
Sure. Will it be possible for this project to be moved 20 meters farther inland? Meaning to say, you will have a bigger orange area at the riverbank. The reason I asked that is that, interestingly, this is the site where the city government wants to build an esplanade and people's park. So most probably the orange in this configuration will be occupied by that planned public space, which will require the proposed housing to be moved further towards the inland. So if that can be possible, then this submission can in fact be used by the team from the World Bank group that's currently studying and assisting the city in developing a green and resilient playbook. Because for one, it fits the direction well. There is going to be mixed-use development there and the housing in the area. And this idea can very well fit into the whole scheme.
Andre, maybe you want to take over the answer there?
Yes, so to move on one of the other slides, the idea also of the green buffer zone for it actually also is to be a recreational area. So it will be inhabited by a lot of woodland for sure, but there also is meant to be like a park atmosphere there, even possibilities to, you know, go to the water, to the river, and even fishing. So this was also our idea behind the green buffer zone, to not be occupied just technically. And I hope you can see it here in the middle left corner. These water collection systems are below ground, so that they are not visible, and that the green buffer zone itself can be used. Of course, not during a storm event, but for the normal nice days outside. Other than that, certainly our idea is also engineered to work next to the rivers, both rivers. So it could be implemented more further inland, but then we would have to alter it a little bit. So this is specifically for areas next to the river. But yes, I would stress that the green buffer zone and the wetlands in the north on a sunny, nice day should be used also and designed for people to use it as a park or even for sports events.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
My pleasure.
Okay, Laura, would you like to comment on the presentation, please?
Yeah, well, it's clear that you come from an engineering field, and it's clear that you are kind of first step going into design. This is clear, and we appreciate the effort, you know. So don't take it personally, but it's like that. It does take a long time actually to work with materials of design at multiple scales and So you still worked on a schematic level and on preliminary research. What I appreciated, it's actually your effort in trying to find a way how the stakeholders could be, who could be involved to look at the stakeholders. And yes, maybe the first part actually is the first part that you show. It's a kind of SWOT analysis that is done regularly, usually in planning, let's say, that you implemented. So to raise idea together, what are the strengths, the weaknesses, and so forth. So yeah, from this point of view, it's good. It's a good, starting point, let's say, for your development. As future designers, let's say. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I gotta say that actually I'm very happy to see that there are so many different kinds of approaches to it, and I'm very much a promoter of multidisciplinary approaches. So I would say, like, I really like the scientific approach here. And I like the thinking at the collection of research to it. So I think I'm really happy with that, and I hope that it shows some progress in the future. That maybe there can be a multidisciplinary approach that brings it also into a more design direction. So that's because I think there is a lot of thought provided here. So I see that we have a little bit time left. There is the question whether you would like to make some final comments because this is the time that is provided for you, or whether you like to ask questions, or whether the jury like to comment further. Maybe leave it to the team first. What is your decision? You would like to make some final comments?
I guess I would just make one comment. Thank you so much for all the feedback. I will say we had a very, very short time to do this project, and no architects at all on our team that knew anything about modeling, which was extremely difficult for us as well. And we had one engineering student who managed to create these models basically from scratch on a program he'd never used before. So I also believe that, yeah, it was a stretch for us to do it, but it was still very, very fun. And I also think it can be a motivation for future teams from TUM to also get involved at the engineering level, at the architectural level, to actually work together and not just let it be kind of all students from one field trying to struggle to make an architectural model. So yeah, but thank you so much for the opportunity. It was, yeah, it's really great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it was a bit like pushing in the water, jumping in the water, learning to swim. But again, like, I really appreciate it and looking forward to see the next round to this when you come. Yeah, I think that concludes our presentation for this year's student competition. I feel like it was a blast. It was actually like a lot of very diverse presentations, and I really enjoyed that very much. I could see that there is scientific approaches, as well as there is like a like very detailed considerations on a larger scale, and yeah, I'm very, very impressed on the amount of work that has been done by all teams. And I would like to point that out as being one of the organizers of this year's event. I hope that the jury will find the right teams that deserve to win. It's a very, very difficult task because of this diversity, and it requires a lot of considerations and discussions, which will take place tomorrow afternoon. I would like to point out to all the teams that the jury is extended to a silent jury that will also contribute to the decision making. So we will have a wide pool of independent individuals who will contribute to the decision making. And I'm very excited to participate in the discussions tomorrow. I hope and I believe it's going to be controversial, and it's not going to be easy to find some winners. So I'm very excited about that. I like to give the final words to the jury, who were very patient today and yesterday to listen and to comment, and I'd like to hear their impressions about today and in general. May I ask anyone to start, please? Who would like to give the first impression?
Can I start, Martin?
Yes, please.
Again, I would like to reiterate my deepest gratitude to the team. In spite of the limitation brought about by the pandemic, they were able to put up a fantastic portfolio of submissions. We'd like to believe that one of the major beneficiaries of this undertaking would be the city government of Naga. And in that respect alone, I cannot thank all of the 12 student groups that labored to bring about this diverse collection of ideas. Rest assured that the city government will do whatever we can to bring some of them into fruition, because at the end of the day, this is your gift to our city. So again, on behalf of my principal, Mayor Nelson, and the officialdom of the city, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, next one, please.
I suppose I can go next. I want to thank everyone for the presentations, and we've only sat here for a few hours each day, and you've all been working many hours on these projects. So you're to be commended, and with difficulty probably in communicating with each other. And I'd also like to thank KMUTT, that was beautifully organized. And I said earlier today how well curated, whether it was accidental or not, the suite of projects were, so that we really could talk across them of similarities, of differences, strategies and approaches. And I think, you know, in that way, it becomes a better learning environment, because you can all learn from each other and share ideas and share tactics. I suppose the projects that I favor, and I will give my bias as a juror, and I'm only one of 8, so you might know sort of the ways that I'm thinking. I think the ones that work the best are the ones that work at multiple scales simultaneously, which is very difficult to do. So I think you need to work at the large scale, the medium scale, and the small scale. And I think my comments have reflected on, you know, scales which could be improved in some people's cases. So that's really is become sort of strategic in terms of how you might develop a project, and how you might test it. So the ones I think worked really well had clear ideas, and it was developed again with rigor and strategically. So with a project like this, there's so many problems to solve. But as I said yesterday, I think that we saw very little problem solving, you know, and that little bitty sort of I'll do this and I'll do that, with more of a framing into a bigger idea or a bigger issue, which I think shows the sophistication of all the projects. So it was issue driven rather than problem solving driven. And anyway, I think everyone did very well. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Dan. Yes, and Laura, please.
Yeah, my big thank, first of all, to KMUTT organization, because you really organized this event. It does take a long time, and I enjoyed this, also the presentations which were in the break. So really thank you. And thank you also to the students, because each of you really tried to give the best for Naga, and this is really an achievement. And do not forget your achievement is also the participation in itself. It's not only winning the project, not being the winner. You are all winners because you participate, you work together, you are in a real situation. You do have the municipality of Naga with you. So really think about this, and you will remember this competition for a longer time. For what regard the projects, yes, definitely to work throughout the scale is crucial to give a consistent work. And the other aspect is actually when you start looking at what's the existing situation, local traditions, local ground at every scale, is really very helpful to ground your project on something which is existing, rather than overimposing an idea which sometimes is not connected to the local situation. But really, thank you all for all your insights.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we missed someone to thank. And I like to do this here at this very moment. I like to thank Oscar for giving us the confidence in doing this work here and letting us doing this work. I think we are very happy and we are proud that we were allowed to do this. I think National University started something really, really great. And I think we all hope to be able to contribute to this further in the future. So very much thanks to Oscar, who will be hopefully joining in the days to come. And we would like to hear from him as well. And yes, and I think that's it from my side from today. For today, I'd like to hand over to the team to explain a little bit what's going to happen in the 2 days to come. Just to give a little preview, tomorrow is going to be a workshop from the students, which is also going to be, of course, different to how we usually handle it. And let the team explain that. Thank you very much for joining today. Handing over to the team. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. Now that event has come to its end, first I would like to thank you again for the jury. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your wonderful comments that surely will be useful for everyone, not only the students, but everyone who participate in this event. Thank you for the competing teams. I wish everyone a good luck. Thank you to the audience who stayed with us both in this meeting and who watch us from the Facebook Live. Last but not least, I would like to thank once again to our sponsor, Healthy Foundation and Goethe Institute and local partners, BISCAT and Naga City. Before we leave this meeting, I again would give you a brief introduction of tomorrow's agenda. First off, in the morning at 10:15 to 12, we will have a student workshop. Then at 12 to 1 p.m. will be a research talk. And in the afternoon session, we will have a DRIA talk by Carmen Mendoza from International University of Catalonia to talk about an academic reflection on urban reconstruction and resilience in the field of emergency architecture. Thank you everyone so much for joining. Have a nice afternoon and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.